Hello, everybody. Welcome back. I'm live yet again. I live. I was gonna make a joke, but I couldn't think of one. Welcome back. It's Tuesday. Tuesday. Tuesday, the day when we start streams now, because I'm thinking we might swap over to streaming Tuesday to what's the other day that comes later in the week? Saturday. Oh my god. We're starting early with this kitty cat. Hello, kitty cat. You want some attention? You're just gonna stand there looking at my lap. You can come sit down. If you come sit down, it makes everything easier for me. You wanna come sit down? You wanna sit? No? Just gonna stare? Gonna wait? Gonna hang out there? Yeah. Okay. Alright. I don't know what she's planning on doing. I don't think she knows what she's planning on doing either. But I do know that we're gonna need some food for our character. Okay. Going to her bed. She doesn't even actually... I don't know if she wanted attention, but I think she's not into it anymore. Vegetables, fruit, grain. I have all of those on my mouse. My mouse, I think it's because it just doesn't play very nice with my computer. It sometimes the DPI settings they don't. I think it has like default DPI settings that it tries to go for when I start my computer, but the default settings aren't anything like my actual settings. And then I think that, but like it has my DPI settings saved on the mouse itself, so when I press the DPI buttons, it starts using mine. Okay, what were we doing? Uh oh gods. I know we had some sort of plan. I just don't remember it. What do I have on my clipboard? I feel like I haven't used this in a while. I've done that. I've done that. Ooh, I did get my beekeeping outfit. Oh, and the crushing wheel. Look at that. We only have a couple things. I don't even know if we're going to do the camera. God, one of these days we got to do the navigation tools. We did get that atlas working too. I already sacrificed a set of tools to the gods when that atlas got all messed up, so we can make it more easily now. Maybe I should make one of those. Maybe I should. Atlas. Glue map book. That's not that hard to do. We just need paper. Can I make paper with, I can probably do it with the assembler nowadays, can't I? Like, surely. Surely that's a thing. I think oh, wait, I already have a map. I just need a book. I need to get rid of some of this junk I have in my inventory. I don't remember what I was doing with this stuff. Oh, we need to get the crushing wheel set up. That's right. That's right. Because we got the crushing wheel, we just haven't gotten it set up yet. I guess that's probably what I should start with first. Let's see. I'll store some extra dusts in here. Okay. Yes. Soupies. Soup. Okay. I'll keep us for a little bit. Let's make that atlas first. I think I want to make that atlas first real quick because I've been like I keep meaning to do it. Is this all the papyrus I have left over? I I guess we've worked through most of that papyrus then. Let's see. Can I use this in only in the loom? Such a weird thing that this doesn't have an assembler recipe. I don't even think I need that much paper. Oh, I forgot I got rid of the loom in here. Okay, well, I'm gonna make... I can make paper more automated, right? Do I even have a chemical bath? I don't think I do. Oh, right, forge hammer. Right. This stuff gets made in the mixer with lye and hardwood pulp. Is that really it? I don't know why I would do it this way as opposed to just doing it with the forge hammer. How do I make... I could probably make a bulk amount of this stuff, right? If I got some hardwood pulp. Hardwood pulp. Hickory works as hardwood. Can I do logs? Wait, I can grind up leaves for hardwood pulp? That's a little odd. I guess it sort of makes sense. Leaves are also part of the plant, aren't they? I can do leaves. I don't think I can do kapoke or palm. Maybe maple. Yeah. What do I get from these? Yeah, these are softwood. Maple. Can I find a stack of 32? No, it's all kapoke leaves. No, but I do have some more maple. Well, let's just grind up the maple leaves we have. Kind of crazy that you get uh, a whole, like a full piece of hardwood pulp out of this. Whee! I could probably do hickory, like planks too, or maybe even slabs. Okay, these go in the macerator. Yeah. Macerator. There we go. I really should do up the rest of these papyrus strips at some point, though. Oh boy, oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. God, I've got a lot of steel on me. It's always a nice feeling. Being flush with steel. Okay. Right, I gotta go set up the crushing wheel. How am I gonna do this? I can pull power from the other part of the workshop. Oh, right, I was gonna set up uh the methane generator as well. Yeah, we'll have to do that in a little bit. Um okay. So, I guess let's get power over here. Dig myself a little access panel. I should probably do this. Aha! Wait. This already goes... Ow. This already goes all the way over here, doesn't it? Yeah, what's above this? Okay. Yeah, so we just... Uh... Let's see. If I did... Actually, I could just extend this, couldn't I? And then... If I extended it, we get a part that comes up here and then goes into that. Let's get up. Let's see. So I could have it out here. No, there's a lot of different ways we could do this. You can go underneath. This doesn't necessarily have to be here. We are going to have to rework the pipes a little bit. But I can also just have it go like under a bit more. Go. I'm gonna need to get more andesite bricks though. We want it to look clean under here for the next time we come under here. I think what we also want to do is have it like come up here, you know? Yeah. Boop boop doo doo boo doo boo boo doo boop. Okay. Need more andesite bricks. I think we're actually somewhat out of because I keep using them. There's some andesite rocks. I know we have more andesite. We have more andesite rocks out, like, by that first mine, the copper mine that we had a long time ago. I'll put some of this stuff around a bit. We have so many resistors now. I don't need this access point anymore. I don't actually need a lot of the access point. I'm going to have to go back and fill some of it in. I should be able to do it on a 1. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a little bit. I got some bites of food I can take. It's good food. I'm sorry, just opening my monster. I'm eating for breakfast. Well, I have to get the music going. His music's still causing me issues on YouTube, but it's because they keep flagging my videos as containing music that it clearly doesn't, which is, you know, that's just how it is, I guess. Let's go grab our lye. Lye. I don't know if this is going to be enough for that amount of hardwood pulp, but it's fine. Yeah, see, and then that can just be sent to the forge hammer. Is there a better way to make these bricks? Sort of. Is the liquid concrete easier to get? How do I get liquid concrete? I remember looking this up. It's just stone dust and clay dust, which I feel like is still pretty decent. It makes 576. And each one of these operations take up 72. Maybe we make some concrete. I mean, there's not much of a reason not to make concrete, right? I mean, it's like the clay dust is the only thing that's even a little difficult, but we've got so much clay. Okay, not what I wanted. I guess I can just take this back to where it was, though, right? Let's see. I need stone dust. And probably... Yeah, there we go. I don't remember. I think I may have actually put the stone dust in the, Oh, wait, there's some. I'll take a couple of these. Actually, let's just put them in my backpack. And then I need clay dust, which I think we have some by the workshop. But, you know, I might as well take some. Hey, Adora, how's it going? I hope you had a good weekend. Oh, yippee. Me and my partner went on a walk yesterday. Because it was very nice. It was after they got back home from work. We went on a little walk. Ooh, dried mango. That's always fun. Getting some trail mix for the trail. Oh, that's so cool. Aw, that's so exciting. You'll have to tell me more about that. As much as you're comfortable with telling, at least. Oh, on Twitch? That's cool. It still counts. Clay dust, shale dust. Yeah, that's concrete. Concrete. Baby. Or mace rating. Do I have? I do have. You're gonna get filled with concrete. That's a threat. Yeah, we love concrete. Can I mix and match these, or is it gonna... No, I can't. Okay. I mean, it's to be expected. Not the hardwood pulp. I need... This stuff goes in there. That's some free and easy paper. I already had a bunch of paper. And those papyrus strips in there. God. We need to do more than just loosely organize things at some point. We're kind of getting back into some organization, but... Ooh, that's cool. Sounds like a lot of fun. Yeah, I've just been... I don't know. I've just been kind of hanging out, chilling, and whatnot. I've been, Yeah, I've been playing more of that, Tactical Breach Wizards. Ooh, cool. I'm sure that's had. I mean that. I don't know much about the ranking system, but I'm assuming that's quite a bit. One of those things where like a lot of games, like sometimes they have like a lot higher ranks. Yeah, it's one of those games I wish I could play somewhat. I've mentioned it before, but it's like I wish I could play Monster Hunter Wilds, but the fact that it's a $70 game also makes me be like, well, you know, I don't need to be playing that right now. Ooh, yay. Now, one of the things I haven't been like I said, I've been playing that Tactical Breach Wizards. I'm close to the end of the game in that one. I'm on like Act 4. I haven't been doing a lot of the side content though, so I'll probably go back and play some of the side content too. Um I haven't done too much else. I mean I did a what is it? Oh, what was that thing I played? What was it? No, I've been playing that what do you call it? What's that game called? That game I've been playing that steampunk mod pack with my partner a bit. I got some automation set up, so I'm just like auto generating resources while the server runs without me. Price has been put on Switch, it goes on sale. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to talk to my friends about and get their opinions on the games. I played Generations. Maybe one of these days I should go through and just finish Generations, because I never did finish that game either. So it'd actually probably be a pretty fun one to go and finish at some point. Because I do have that one on the Switch already. But speaking of games going on sale, they're doing the Steam Spring Sale right now. Hello, shader packs. They're doing that Steam Spring Sale, and I was looking at it, and actually, I want this to be stone. Do I need it to be stone though, or will that just satisfy me? So Skyrim, Skyrim's on sale right now for like $10, and I'm kind of thinking of picking up an extra copy so I could play it on stream, which could be fun. I was looking at analytics for a couple things. And of course, one of the things I was looking at was the Skyrim analytics. And interestingly enough, so I was thinking if I did get Skyrim, a good time to play that would be like on Fridays. Because I was thinking create low light and shaders. Yeah. Yeah. As long as it's not doing that thing that the hose pulley was that one time, I think it's okay. But yeah, sometimes I also feel like I really like this shader pack that I have, the pastel shaders, but I feel like it's definitely more buggy than any other shader pack that I've had before. Because I mean, like any other, then I typically use like complementary shaders if I don't use the pastel shaders, but it's just I like the pastel shaders more, but they're more buggy than complementary. Hold on, I gotta remember what I was doing. I need a belt. Oh, give me that leather. But yeah, I was thinking about. So I was looking at like the analytics for Skyrim on Twitch, and I was thinking we could do like we could do it on like Fridays, because like as much as I like TerrafirmaGreg and enjoy playing this game, because you know, like I've said, one of the games I can play indefinitely, I think we might need to do a little bit of we might have to start doing some extra games, because Oh, right. I need another shaft anyways. Yeah, okay. If I place that there, I should be able to... Is this... This might be too long of a belt, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. My idea was to just extend this belt, but this actually might be too long of a belt. But I think we can fix that. By simply doing this. Jeez, these shaders really are freaking out a bit. Alright, well, we're just gonna ignore it. But I was thinking Fridays. Because we need to do... like, people have been pointing this out. Stop trying to attach. What are you... Hold on, I gotta... What are you trying to attach to? Nothing? Do I have to remove my torch? Is that what's confusing you? Here we go. Okay. Now I can extend this. Because as people have been kind of pointing out, like, well, TerrafirmaGreg's, like, fairly popular as far as Minecraft mod packs go. It's still not a super popular category. I like that we're able to pull people in and that like the game, because I really do like seeing the community. I like the fact that we're all kind of doing this stuff all together, relatively speaking. But we're gonna have to do a little we call milk water ghost water here. Interesting. What do you mean by milk water? Is that like skim milk? Like the 1% milk? The stuff that stuff that nobody buys. It's always going out of date at my local store, and it's like I can't do anything with skim milk. I've looked up because I tried to like find something to do with skim milk to like take advantage of the fact that it's always going out of date. But the only thing I found online that you can really do with skim milk is turn it into powdered milk. And the guides I found online specifically said, don't do this with milk that's about to go out of date, because it increases the chance that it'll go bad. So, yeah, it doesn't help me at all. What was I needing? I need more of these things, these treated wood planks. No, when you get milk in your water and it tastes gross. How often does that happen? Does that how does that happen often enough that you guys have a word for it? When you get milk in your... How do you... Okay. Anyway. I don't... So... Skyrim, right? I was thinking on Fridays we could do some Skyrim stream. And the interesting thing is when you look at analytics... we like milk in America. Well, I don't know. It's America's history with milk is kind of weird and interesting. I'll get into it in a second. Mostly when you use the same glass. Yeah, I guess if you're drinking milk a lot, I always just rinse my glass out if I'm going. Or for dares. You guys have some interesting dares. Over here, we're just eating laundry detergent. That's actually like a massive like misrepresentation of what happened with the Tide Pod thing, by the way. There wasn't really that many people that did it. There was like 2 cases, and it got kind of like blown out of proportion like the internet likes to do. But anyways, so Skyrim, I was looking at the analytics, and I'm assuming it's because like Skyrim is one of those games that has like a few really big streamers that play it, and not much else. So, but the analytics for it show that like there's actually a spot. So there's a huge uptick in people watching Skyrim around on Friday. A lot of people. So I'm assuming like one of the big Skyrim streamers probably streams on that day. And the interesting thing, though, is that Skyrim viewership takes a big dip right after... Oh, actually... Hold on. If this is going to be going vertical, it'd probably be better to connect it directly into the crushing wheel then, wouldn't it? Instead of... Yeah. So there's a big uptick in... You know what? I think the reason why this isn't working is because I'm using the GregTech wrench and not the Create wrench. But, like, there's a downturn in Skyrim viewership right when I would normally start streaming anyways. So, like right before I start streaming, the number of channels streaming Skyrim and the viewership dips a bit. So, actually, you know what? I'm gonna do it on the other side, so it's not as... Actually, do I have... Yeah, that's why. Well, but you're supposed to be able to, like, right-click belts and shorten the length of them. Is one of the functionalities I'm not seeing. And there's definitely... Although, me right-clicking with the belt wasn't extending it either, but I don't have a belt to, like, demonstrate that with. I could always just try making one of the create belts and seeing if it works that way. And then we could, like, more definitively improve. But I'm not gonna do that right now. I got stuff to do. I got cog wheels to place. Anyways, so Skyrim, I was thinking, like, if I started streaming Skyrim on Fridays, I might be able to, like, get a bit of that like viewership that is, like, because I'm imagining that there's a big streamer that streams on Fridays right before, because you know what, it's funny, I probably know who it is too, because I keep up with so much Bethesda content on like YouTube, like Bethesda videos and stuff, or like about Bethesda content. It's probably Jabbo. Because I know that Jabbo is British, and it would make sense for him to stream on Fridays and stream a little bit before I start streaming, because that's probably like, what, 5 p.m. or something in Britain. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was him. Okay. Now the only thing I gotta do is I'm gonna need a gearbox. I'm gonna need 2 gearboxes at least, I think, right? Or just one might work. I think one will work. I'm gonna make a gearbox. But yeah, I was thinking it would be fun, and we might be able to pick up quite a few viewers for some Skyrim content. And I was thinking about what I could do with Skyrim. And it's funny because the way I'd play Skyrim would basically just be the same thing that it does, the same way it works in the way I'd want to play Skyrim is kind of like the most like TerrafirmaGreg way that you could play Skyrim. Like always, I've got food. I didn't sleep very well last night, so I actually was taking a nap this morning. Crowd control would be really fun. I don't think we'd do it for like our first playthrough, our first time playing the game, because I kind of want to I'd kind of want to do like a full game playthrough type thing for the first time we played on the channel. Because there's still, like, I've played a lot of Skyrim, and this is the thing with, like, playing Skyrim. You can play Skyrim for hundreds and hundreds of hours, and there's still parts of the game that you haven't really experienced yet. And I think it would be fun to go through that as a channel and do that. And we could do, like, Skyrim challenge runs later, or we could even do them congruently, because, like, I could all, because my current plan, what I think I want to do with the channel is I think we're going to switch to doing Tuesday through Saturday. Because I think it'd be better. I don't know. Dude, Monday's a weird day for me analytically. Because, like, Mondays, sometimes Mondays are my busiest day, but then other times it's my slowest day. And it's really interesting. And I don't know why exactly that phenomena happens, but alright, this should work. But I'm thinking of stopping Mondays and just doing Tuesday through Friday. And basically what I thought we might do is, like, we kind of just play TerrafirmaGreg unless there's another game that we want to play, and I just, like, slot in games for the time periods when I just slot in whatever game I want to play, and then, like, the times we're not playing something that I've, like, specifically decided we should play, we just do TerrafirmaGreg. Because TerrafirmaGreg's the old, reliable... Is this going the right way? It is not. Cringe. Can't believe you've done this to me. That is definitely not spinning the correct way. Although, if I check this, this should work. Oh, you're overstressed. I'm sorry. Me too. Alright. I should have known that that one engine wasn't going to be able to keep us going by the time we started hooking up crushing wheels. So let's turn down the speed a little. Oh, I forgot how dangerous this place is down here since I haven't been filling the lanterns. Where are you at? 160? Never remember which way this thing needs to go. 96. Pretty sure it's the top one. Clockwise? Just gotta make sure that the things are running in the correct direction. But yeah, because TerrafirmaGregs are old, reliable, I think we can always... You know what? I could just reverse the direction, right? Actually, you know what'd probably be a good idea? Probably a speed controller in here. How difficult... Those things aren't that difficult to make anymore, right? Controller. Yeah, it's just a precision mechanism and a brass casing, which isn't that difficult to make anymore. So let's go make some of those. I'm gonna need more. Oh, hold on. We're gonna need more treated planks. Where have I been putting my creosote? There you are. We'll put you in there. But yeah, I definitely do want to do crowd control with Skyrim at some point. Maybe we could do that as, like, a, maybe we could do that as a fun follower goal, actually. You know? We could make some kind of commitment that once I get, a certain number of followers, we could do, like, 25 to start with. And then we could do, like, 50 or something. Although, I do have to double check if crowd control will even work. Because when you're running Linux, sometimes things just don't work. And if it requires a mod, especially if it requires something that uses the Skyrim script extender, it might not be in the cards for us, but I definitely want to try. Yeah, I think it would be a pretty good idea to do to do it as like a sub goal or something. I need to get more stuff on my my screen. I need my sub goal. Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking, yeah, doing something like that would probably be a good idea. I think 50 would be a good one, because that'd give me plenty of time to get everything set up as well. Like I said, I need to figure out if it'll work on my computer. If I can get it to work on my computer, then I think it's a good goal we could set. Make some food again. Make some food again. Fruit and vegetables. Brain. I'm just eating the pineapples at this point. I have so much leather, or the potential to make so much leather. We're just eating pineapples. So, but I was thinking, so I haven't gotten too much into what my idea was for Skyrim in general. I was thinking we do like a full playthrough of Skyrim. We do all the main story quests, all of the guilds, all of the DLC, and try to do a bunch of like the side stuff, because there's a lot of really cool stuff in Skyrim. I think the thing with Skyrim is there's a lot of really fun stuff. Like Bethesda, the one thing that you can say Bethesda's really good at is environmental storytelling. And a lot of times the locations and stuff can be really fun. Like there's a lot of like really fun out of the way quests that you could end up never doing because you just never come across them. So it'd be really fun to do something like that. And I was thinking that we do the whole run on Legendary Mode Survival. So, Survival Mode's fun just because it makes it so that you can't fast travel. Aside from using carriages and boats, which is very thematic. I think it's really cool. The only issue with doing Survival Mode is that sometimes it can be a little bit boring, especially if you play the game a lot. But I think the randomness, because Skyrim also has like a ton of random encounters that most people don't end up seeing because they just fast travel all over the place. Which is fine. It's probably the most fun way to play the game overall, but you miss out on that kind of content. Are you running in the right direction, actually? No, this is the right direction. Nice. Pog. Is all my other stuff running? Is this really the right direction? It is. Huh. Well, that's neat. Anyways, we gotta make sure we don't get too close to these crushing wheels, or else they will, you know, perform their intended purpose and crush me. I don't think this is running in the right direction, though. No, this definitely isn't. We can... No, speed control. That's what I was doing. I keep forgetting. Speed controller, right? We do speed controller. Speaking of which, how do I... gold plate 3 of these. Is it a special thing? No. And find my nuggets, too. So, I think it would be fun to do that, kind of, you know, to have that sort of experience with like all the fun random stuff. Also, legendary mode is likelihood of death is high. I'll be real with you. I played Skyrim enough that my likelihood of dying in most other game modes is pretty low. As long as we're not doing, I think if it's anything expert or lower, which is like the second/third highest difficulty, it's kind of weird because legendary is a bit of a special difficulty, I guess it's kind of considered. But as long as we're not playing on like one of those higher difficulties, the odds of me dying are actually like pretty low because it's just Skyrim's not a very mechanically difficult game, I'll be real with you. It's like most of Skyrim is just I press the left click button and people die. And can definitely be pretty fun for that, but it's not as much. It's not super high on the difficulty rating. Legendary mode's a little bit different because legendary mode makes it so that we have to the only thing legendary mode does is like ridiculously increase the damage of enemies and reduces your damage. So on legendary mode, and this is all that all of the difficulty modes do. Like I think it goes up by like I think a half. So like you have normal. I'll just refer to them as their Fallout counterparts because Skyrim has special names for all the difficulties, but the Fallout difficulty system made a lot more sense because you have your normal difficulty, which is everybody does the amount of damage they're intended to do, and then if you go up to hard difficulty, it's like I think it goes up by 0.5, up or down by 0.5. That's not right. Now, what is the Skyrim difficulty modifiers? Maybe it's 0.25. Anyways, I don't remember the other difficulty modes, but I know that Legendary specifically is the enemies deal 3 times damage, and the player deals like a quarter damage. And it breaks the pattern for the difficulty modifier in that it's proportionally much more difficult than... Because I think the very hard difficulty on Skyrim is like enemies deal 2 times and the player deals half damage. But then legendary jumps up to 3 and a quarter. And it's a little bit annoying unless you know the game really well. Because playing on legendary difficulty, I'm going to say this is like a fairly controversial idea, I think. I don't think legendary difficulty is really all that difficult. It just makes it so that you have to play differently. And the different ways that you can play can sometimes be a little bit fun. Sometimes it's not as, sometimes it's less fun. But, like, here's the thing. There's a special thing, there's a special way that Skyrim works that you could maybe sort of think of this as a bit of an exploit, but I don't really think it is because it's literally just like how the game is like programmed. It's just more of kind of like the developers had a bit of an oversight when it came to difficulty modifiers because of the way the game works. So in Skyrim, the damage modifiers for difficulty are like very strict. That quarter damage that the player deals, I really do mean that it is only the player that is affected by that. Skyrim basically has 2 categories of entities when it comes to like the difficulty modifier. There is the player and just the player and literally everything else. So what does that mean? Because that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. How are we going to exploit that? So Skyrim doesn't count companions or summons as the player. So the way that you have to play on legendary mode, if you want to have like because like you could play however you want. Like I've said, I realistically don't think it's actually all that difficult of a game to play even on legendary. And you can theoretically play however you want, except for maybe like, you know, playing a build that takes direct hits constantly, because that's probably just not in the cards for you unless you do a lot of work. But you can play a conjuration build, and low-key conjuration builds are kind of one of the best ones anyways. Even if you're going melee, which is really funny because conjuration there are basically two different spells in Conjuration. These are like the only spells that you have that are part of the Conjuration school of magic. You have your spells that just like create summons, either by directly summoning them, or you could kind of count the necromancy spells as a slightly different spell because instead of summoning something, it just raises a body from the dead. So that's a little bit different, but a bit of a nitpick. And then you have spells that summon bound weapons, and of course the bound weapons are still subject to the 1/4 damage modifier that you're going to be doing, but hold on, I gotta double check, make sure my phone's on in case my partner needs me. The weather's really weird today, so I wouldn't be surprised if they came home a bit early. Um, so so let's see. So the summoned weapons, the reason why the summoned weapons are so good and why Conjuration is a really good school of magic, even if you're doing like melee, is so you have your let's see, you have the three main ones. There are a couple other summon weapons. Actually, there's like one other one, which is like you can summon a dagger as well, which is like not super helpful unless you're going with a very specific build. But you get your summon sword ability is like a novice level spell, so it's like one you could get at the very start. And then like summon bow and summon great axe are both true. Yeah, no, that's fair. That is a good description of necromancy. Um but then you have summon the great axe and the bow summon abilities are both adept spells, which is like the second level spells. So like you're able to get these basically at the beginning of the game, right? And when you first, like very, very first start out, they're not super strong, but one of the perks you can take in Conjuration increases the damage that bound weapons do. And I'm not talking about like, oh, just a slight increase. This perk turns summoned weapons into essentially their Daedric components, which Daedric weapons are like the second strongest in the game. Dragonbone weapons are technically stronger, I'm pretty sure, for their categories, but Daedric weapons are still basically the strongest weapons you can get. Here's the crazy thing, though. The bound weapons are actually better than their Daedric components. The bound weapons don't have a weight. And in Skyrim, the speed at which you can swing a weapon is directly related to the weight of said weapon. So if you have a weapon that has 0 weight, that means you can swing it literally as fast as possible, like, for that category of weapon. So it's actually like, they're actually even better than Daedric weapons. You would think that this would be like a crazy, like, a fairly difficult thing to get, but it's like one of the second perks you can take in Skyrim. I want to say you only need 30 points in the skill in order to take that perk. And 30 points isn't very high for a skill if you're using it constantly. You can get that, I mean, you can get that way before like level 10 without even really trying if it's like your main skill that you're using. So it's really good for that, but also the other really good thing about bound weapons is that you can get another perk which comes after the one that upgrades it. You can get another perk that makes it so your bound weapons cast Soul Trap on whoever they hit. And Soul Trap's a really good thing to have because you're gonna get soul gems as you play. And if you want to level up the enchanting skill, you're going to need quite a few. You're gonna need quite a few soul gems, and man, do we have any brass lying around? I don't want to make more because I'd like to get this crushing wheel working before I do that. But I think we're gonna have to. I think we're gonna have to just make some more brass because I think we're also like out of copper. Which I mean, we have plenty of copper that we just need to process, but we don't have any of it like on us, you know. So being able to cast Soul Trap on demand, also like unlimited, because like the only other ways to do Soul Trap is you can use the Soul Trap spell, which is a conjuration spell. It's like the only spell that isn't okay, where's my gold at? Did I have more gold in that one box? It's the only spell that isn't ooh, brass dust. Yippee. It's like the only one that breaks the mold of like, you know, being a I turned off all my things for smelting things. Into wait, actually I can do this. Hold on. I could just extract that and then fluid solidify it. So you can cast Soul Trap, but of course Soul Trap, like, if you have to cast it, it costs mana, and, like, that's kind of an annoying thing to have to deal with in Skyrim. And you can also get you can get an enchantment for your weapon that allows it to cast Soul Trap, which is probably better in the long run than doing like what I'm wanting to do, or then using bound weapons. But that's more in like the long run, because you can enchant like your best weapon with Soul Trap, or a good weapon with Soul Trap, because the only issue with bound weapons is that they do not you can't improve them with the smithing skill. So if you're not able to like smith your weapons and like increase their damage, bound weapons are going to be better. But once you get better smithing skill, bound weapons start to very quickly like lose their viability. So by the time you're doing that, you might as well just enchant a weapon with Soul Trap. But like for the early game, doing it with the doing it like I was saying with hold on. There we go. One rotation speed controller. Using bound weapons in the early game is a lot better. Okay, the only issue is that... Okay, hold on. I might have to do another belt in here. Because I can do... Then... Oh, but this is gonna be... It's not going to be in the right direction, is it? So I need to have it turned first, don't I? Oh, man. Hold on. I might just have to... Well, I could also... Well, no. Well, maybe this should go above ground anyways. Hold on, I am stuck. Help. Help, I am stuck. I am... Yeah, okay. Let's just remove a couple pieces of the floor. Anyways, so, you know, it's a lot of things to consider. A lot of things to think about when it comes to Skyrim builds. But anyways, so we'd probably go Conjuration. I could probably just we probably want to go Conjuration and then have wait. And have a companion. Companions are fun too. One of the fun things about, because like I also want to do I'd like to do, that's not gonna work. Not the way I wanted it to, actually. Hold on. Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Bap. I don't know why there we go. That's how I clear those. Companions are fun too, especially because I'm if I'm playing on stream, I'm not going to like abuse quick saving and quick loading. And there are so many companions in Skyrim that it's one of those games where I'm not like... Also, like, mind you, the companions aren't super interesting in Skyrim. I'll be honest. They, like, barely even have a personality most of the time. And even when they do, like, their personality is very simplistic. So it's not one of those games where, like, I would really worry that much about losing companions. The interesting thing is, it's really funny in a way, because in Skyrim, companions can die, but they can't... It's incredibly rare for companions to die, because, like, you can't... Oh yeah. Well, Baldur's Gate 3 is different. Those are like actual companions. I don't think the companions in Skyrim were ever really meant to be anything interesting, to be honest. They were kind of just added in as extra little flavor. Just that you could have a companion, and one of those things you gotta tick the little box to say this is an RPG game, technically speaking. But anyways, yeah, the companions in Skyrim aren't super interesting. I mean, they're one of those ones where, like, you can definitely get attached to companions and feel a little bad if they die, but I'm not gonna get too torn up by the death of this random NPC that we found one time. Oh my god, I'm doing some sinful stuff down here with cogwheels, aren't I? That's okay. It's only illegal if the government catches you. So... but the funny thing is, so companions in Skyrim can't, like... It's hard for companions to die. And the reason for that is that the companions in Skyrim can't really get, like, killed by the companions can't really get killed by enemies. Okay? So, like, the thing is when a companion, like, goes down, quote unquote, they get, like, knocked down to the ground, and they go into, like, this little kneeling animation, and then, like, you just wait a little bit of time, and they get back up and they regenerate some of their health. And, like, as far as I can tell, like, they legitimately can't die from enemies. Like, an enemy can sit there and wail on your companion for quite a while. And, like, they also, like, lose interest as soon as they, like, take a knee. And so the enemies aren't even really going to attack your companions, even if they can kill them. But the companions can die. It's just the only way that they can die is from like, you, like, friendly fire from you accidentally killing them. So like, it's kind of funny sometimes, because you'll get into a big fight, and then, like, your companion will die partway through, and it's probably because you fired off a dragon shout and they got clipped by it and went down and died. So it's not that big of a deal with companion death in that game. But I think it's also fun too, because, like I said, there's so many companions, so it also means there's, like, a good chance we'll get to see a lot of different companions instead of just having the one. It's just that most of them will die in our service. Maybe. I don't know. There's also a good chance. Another thing that tends to happen with companions is you'll be in the middle of a battle and you'll have, like, your bow out, and you'll go to fire your bow at the enemy, and then your companion jumps in the way to, like, take the arrow shot to their head, and that's another common way for companions to die. But, like, what else is there? There's Let's see. Yeah, we'll have a companion and we'll do summoning and we'll summon guys to go fight for us. Also, if we're going to be like having guys fight for us, it's still a good idea for us to be trying to do some damage. Because despite the fact that we only deal like, a quarter damage, it's still useful. We still deal a quarter damage. But the best way I'm thinking is we just take the bound bow spell. And we basically just do that. We summon a guy to go fight the guys for us, and while that guy is distracting everybody, we pull out our bound bow and just start shooting him with arrows. Because the bound bow also just comes with, like, effectively unlimited ammo. It realistically, I think it only gives you 100 arrows, but, like, 100 arrows, I think, is typically enough to last the entire life of the bow itself. So... And then that's mostly it. We just go around. We fight people. We do quests. And it's fun. We have a house. We'll get several houses throughout the game. And it'll be great. I'll probably die a lot, which is fun too. What'll be the most fun is doing, like, the stealth-based, not factions. Factions? I guess they are factions, aren't they? Nope. Kane... Oh, no. I don't know if I understand the reference. I can just hit people with the cane. I don't think they have canes in that game, unfortunately. If we played Fallout 4, Fallout 4 has canes. There's another... Okay. I do want to do this legendary build, this legendary playthrough. But there's also... I'd also like to do some challenge runs sometimes, because there's some very fun builds in Skyrim. I'd really like to go Punch Cat sometime, because the Punch Cat build it's such a fun build. It's kind of annoying to play long term because the fists don't have Oh, I get it. That's funny. No, I definitely will. Our first guy is gonna be Feindal because he's gonna teach us how to use the bow. But while he goes and I mean, once he can only train us on the bow up to like level 40 in bowmanship archery. And so after that, he's literally useless, and he's kind of weak too. So I expect Feindal to die very early on into the run, especially with the amount of danger I'll put him in purposefully. And then we just go grab ourselves another companion. We gotta get married at some point too, because our spouse generates money for us. So that's the only reason why we get married in that game. Actually, I guess they cook for us too, which is pretty useful on survival mode specifically. All right. This is all right. I just put another belt. There we go. All right. How high can I pump this crushing wheel? Is it going the right way? Yes. It is. It is going the right way. Yeah. Okay. 16. Can we do 96? Ooh. Can we do higher? Oh my god, we can. That is dangerous. True. True, it is. This is dangerous. If we look at this thing the wrong way, it's gonna kill us. That's just how I like my factory. Without OSHA telling me what to do. Okay. I am a little afraid of the, Ooh, okay, hold on, I got... This is gonna be fun. What's OSHA gonna do? Is this copper? No, that's annealed copper, which is kind of like copper, but better. Except for when you want to use it for certain things. Haha! Last piece of wrought iron. Let's go. Have to make more iron. Luckily, we got the crushing wheel now. I can crush things up. Where's my? I need. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I need lots of things. I need many things. I need. Man. Okay, hold on. I need the item barrel. Which I'm pretty sure I put one. I just remembered something though that might be cause for. Actually, hold on. Where's my magnetite? Because this gets sent to the crushing wheel, makes crushed magnetite. Okay, and then the crushed magnetite does go directly to the ore washer. Okay, good. That was the issue I was thinking that we might run into, because I thought we would have to crush this again, but that's only if we're not using the ore washer and the thermal centrifuge. Okay, so this should work. Okay, right? Because I made these metal funnels earlier. And all we have to do is I can just plop this down. And then put a funnel on it. And then put a funnel on that one. And that'll go directly into the ore washer. Alright. Now I've just got to find a way to do this without shaving my face off. And I think I know how. Wait. No. Wait. Okay, hold on. No. No. What if I... What if I did this? What if I... That's not gonna help us either. Hey Avery, how's it going? I'm working on getting these things working. Getting this stuff together. Cool. I took a long nap today as well, so it took me a while to wake up today. I was I was doing a lot of stuff. How do we... Okay, because I can put a belt here. That one's kind of a given. Oh yeah, that's always important. I need to do laundry too, now that you mention it. We have I have a small laundry machine. One of those small ones that can like go in a closet. It's not in a closet, but it's one of those kinds. And it... Hold on. Could I do a... No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've got one of those small ones that's the combination washer-dryer. So it can only do pretty small loads. So I've basically have to do laundry every day in order to stay caught up. There's a way to do this. I just I think it's just use. I think the best way to do this is just going to be using a gearbox. I'll be real with you. I think this is one of those. No, because I can't. I don't have this going sideways. That would require 2 gearboxes. I don't want to do 2 gearboxes. 2 gearboxes is a bit much. But I could. Hold on. There's a way. I'm gonna figure this out. Usually do every 2 to 3 days, but then I can only do my laundry very occasionally. Yeah, most of my laundry is just for my partner. because they have the job where they go outside and I don't. So I tend to use up a lot fewer clothes than they do because of that. Okay, I think this, and I put a gearbox there. We have lots of leather now, so making belts is yeah, haha, there we go, probably. I could also do, but that wouldn't get me the right way. Yeah, I think we're gonna make a gearbox for that spot. I don't want to have to bother with it too much. Actually, we don't have the cog wheels. I'd have to make more iron for that. We do have the arc furnace now, though. The arc furnace makes iron for us, right? Wrought iron. And it should just be able to make it out of dust, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I can just make it out of iron dust. Let's just do that. The belts. So, gears are a lot harder to make in this, actually. I can answer that. They're not cheaper. Not in this game. Because let me show you making cogwheels. So cogwheels, you have to make them using 4 of these treated wooden planks, which is a bit of a process. Shafts are also... They're about a third of a piece of iron, so they are not cheaper in this game. We have lots of leather. Yeah. Now that I have, like, the pineapple farm and everything, we actually have a lot of leather lying around, so it's more beneficial for me to use leather than cogwheels. What was I doing? I need a gearbox. Yeah. Yeah, I need to... Yeah, I need to have the coke oven. I need to rebuild the coke oven in a place where it's in a single chunk and not split up between, like, 4 of them. Yeah, it's, yeah, getting machines is always fun. It's always nice, getting automated stuff. Yeah, I wish the stuff with Create didn't cost as much, considering it's not, like, super... It's not even, like, super duper useful in this game, all the Create stuff. Because, like, you end up replacing it with machines, but it's, It is one thing about the Create machines in this game is that I really like... I do like in some ways that it's more expensive. Like, I think the issue is that in this mod pack, Create machines are a little bit, like, they're a little bit much. They're a little bit too expensive for what they are. But what I do like about the increased costs is that it does kind of force you to be a little bit more creative. Because, like, Create has a lot of interesting mechanics that I think a lot of people just don't really use because, like, you know, why would you bother... I can just use an ingot, can't I? Like, why would you bother doing this whole stuff with Create? Or why would you bother doing it the interesting way when you can just use, like, a million gearboxes? When you're doing, like, normal Create stuff? That wasn't what I wanted. I'll just put that in there. Wait, can I... But, like, the thing with, like, the big cogwheels, you know? Like, that's just a mechanic in, like, base Create. Yeah. I think everyone does, because they're really cheap in the base game. In the base, mod pack. But, like, Create has that whole thing where you can connect 2, large cogwheels together. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because, like, why bother using belts to transfer power when you could just do a chain of cogwheels? You know? Speaking of which, I need a more treated lumber, don't I? Yeah, no, I was... there's this other mod pack I play with my partner that is a... Yeah, true. But it's like a steampunk themed mod pack. I play that with my partner, and I actually really do need to set the coke oven back up, don't I? And in that mod pack, I made a big farm in that mod pack. I made a because the steampunk mod pack has a where did I put my stuff? It has Farmer's Delight installed in it. So what I end up doing very often is I will or I was trying to find a way to get like automated production for something for food in that pack. and my conclusion for what would be the best way to do this was just doing hold on. I gotta place stuff. I need fence posts, I think. Actually, I don't need them. I just want them. But like I was trying to find something to do for food production. And I came to the conclusion that the best thing to do for food production in that mod pack was going to be pasta and meatballs. Because pasta and meatballs gives the it gives the Farmer's Delight comfort bonus, which is hands down the best one, because that's the one that gives you okay, maybe can I what? Okay. It makes it so that you don't lose hunger for the duration of the buff, which is like really good. Even in like any pretty much any situation, that's gonna be a good buff to have. The main thing is, oh, that's right, I've got Kapoke logs in here. It's a little bit complicated to make, right? So you've got I guess it's not that complicated. You need tomato sauce, you need pasta, and you need beef. You also need bowls, but whatever. Those are the only ingredients you need to make the pasta with meatballs in that game. So I set up a farm. I had some farms that were set up already that were just a normal food farm and a tree farm. Now those are easy to set up with Create. I mean, we have a tree farm in this mod pack. So I had those, right? Man, actually a harvesting crop farm would actually be pretty good too. We should do that sometime. So I already had those. But I had the farm set up to make wheat and tomatoes. Okay? The wheat gets sent to a millstone to get ground up into flour. And then the flour gets dumped into a basin where I have a very simple chicken farm, which is literally just a hole that I put a chicken in, and it drops its eggs onto the belt below, into a chute that drops onto the belt below. And then I had, so that makes it into pasta, into the dough balls. And then I have it getting chopped up into the pasta. So now we have pasta. The tomatoes are getting sent to another basin with a mixer that can turn them into liquid tomato sauce, which can then be piped into the basin that does the final result. Then I have the funny part. I have a cow farm that it just has a deployer that's constantly feeding the cows extra wheat. And they it's constantly feeding them extra wheat, and the farm just relies on entity cramming to kill the cows, because I tried another way, because like you need to like keep 2 of the cows for breeding and then like separate off the baby cows so they can go off to slaughter. But I couldn't really find a way to do it, because like you can do it with like a fan. And, like, I guess I could have, like, pushed them with a fan and then dropped them down, but I'd already kind of, like, made half of the farm at this point, so I hadn't really... Actually, that probably would have been a better idea than what I ended up doing. Because now the way the farm works, it just crams as many cows as possible into a single block space until they start taking damage from entity cramming. And then it separates out the leather and the beef and sends the beef to get chopped up because it's more efficient. So we're doing a little bit of factory farming in that mod pack, I guess. But it's working. And let's see. So I have that farm set up that we also split off some of the wood from the tree farm to make bowls, and the what is it? I used the wood from the tree farm to also make charcoal to power the blaze burner that is used to cook the pasta, because the pasta requires heating in order to get cooked in its final step for whatever reason. And so I got that working, and then I got another farm that fully automates producing iron and gold, which is really interesting, because you can just... I'm pretty sure you can just do this in base create. Like, this is just a thing that's in create. Obviously, I don't think it's probably not in this mod pack, I'm assuming, because that'd be a little bit wild. I should check though, because in create you can grind up okay, because you can make an automated cobblestone farm with create very easy, right? It's just some lava, some water, and a drill. So if you can automate the cobblestone production, you can send the cobblestone to the grinder, and you make gravel. I don't think there's a way to make gravel in this. Oh, I guess there kind of is. But I don't think you can... Can you use this in the crushing wheel? No. Okay, so they don't have this in that mod, in this mod pack, which is kind of obvious. It would be a little bit crazy if they did. But you can send the gravel to... let's see, what happens to the gravel? It gets... Does it get washed? I think that's it. If you take gravel and wash it, it gives you flint and iron nuggets. And so with iron nuggets, you know, you've got full-on iron, automatic iron production. So that's really easy. You can also fully automate gold production using base create, and it's a little bit more complicated, but it's not that complicated. So what you have to do is you have to wash red sand in create in order to get gold, because you get gold in like dead shrubs for some reason. Now, the only way to get red sand is... Okay, so that gravel that we did earlier from the cobblestone stuff, you take some of that gravel and you send it to get crushed again. It gets crushed into sand. I think it can also drop flint and clay balls. You have to like siphon off the flint to go somewhere else, because that's gonna mess with the rest of the machinery. But you send the clay balls forward and the sand gets washed, and sand gets washed into clay balls. Then you use automated packing to pack the clay into clay blocks. Then you cook the clay blocks with the blasting fan to get hardened clay. And then you send the hardened clay through a grinder to make red sand, and then you wash the red sand to get gold. And so that's how you can fully automate iron and gold production just using base create. But that farm, because I have those 2 farms, and I had them loaded up in a schematic that I could fire using the schematic cannon. And I think that thing used like 50 gearboxes and like a ton of encased chain drives and stuff. It was crazy. I mean, I feel like half of create, when you're doing farms,
Especially if you're doing, like, compacted farms, because I wanted these farms to fit in just 2 chunks. Because the the way I'm playing this pack is I've got it loaded up on a server that has the that's just broadcasting it out to LAN so that me and my partner can play it. Um, but like I wanted to have it like in 2 chunks so that I could claim those 2 chunks and have them loaded at all times. And if you're making compact stuff with Create, I feel like half of the battle is just trying to get the rotation going in the right direction for all the belts and everything. And fans. Because I think, like... I think that with, this is 14, I need 2 more. I think, the issue with Create, the only, like, real part about Create that I don't really like that much is the, like, transporting items and stuff. Because, like, belts are kind of annoying to deal with. If you want to have to... If you're, like, using them to actually transport items, it's kind of annoying having to, like, hook them up and get them all running in the right directions and everything. And also... Ooh. What was it? Getting the belts running in the right direction is always annoying. And, like, trying to transport anything up in Create is annoying. I know you can transport items up directly using chutes and fans, but I've never really liked that method in the first place. And you can do the diagonal belts to transport stuff up, but it's like, I'm so used to playing old school tech mods, where you just have, like, item pipes. So it gets, like, annoying having to deal with Create, and it's specifically difficult ways of transporting items. The rest of it's pretty good. I like most of the other stuff about the rotational power system, but, like, man, I really wish we could do something else. Can I just put this iron plate in the arc furnace and get a wrought iron plate? The answer is no, but I do get the wrought iron ingot that I can just bend into a plate. Okay, let's get this gearbox. Isn't that the bit what the new update is dealing with? I think so. I still haven't gotten around to, like, looking at it, and it's partially because, like, until the new update appears in a mod pack I'm using, I don't particularly care that much about it, because, like, I don't know. Although you know what might be fun is just playing, just doing some stuff with just Create in order to, like, like, look at the new update and whatnot. Because honestly, the cool thing about Create is it really is one of those mods that you kind of can just have in... Is this running the wrong way? This is running backwards. Hold on. This is definitely running backwards. I'm gonna slow this down a bit. Let's slow you down to, like, 32. So I can actually see what's going on half the time. But it would be fun to play with, like, just Create. Man, this sucks, because that means if I didn't... maybe. But how? How are we gonna do that? Can I, like, turn this around or something? Surely this doesn't matter the position I place it in, right? Right? No, because that's still running backwards. See, this is the part. This is the part that's annoying with Create. What were those parallel gearboxes? Don't those work differently? It's just a big cogwheel. Does anyone know how these things work? Hold on. Is this not just how... Is this what we need? Do we need a parallel gearbox? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, isn't that just what a regular gearbox does? But hold on. Let's see. Yeah. That's kind of what I always thought too, because it sure does look that way, doesn't it? Sure does look that way. What is the advantage of this? Parallel gearboxes encapsulates this into a block. Shafts around corners rotate in the same direction. I don't understand this. I guess it would mean that, like, these two would rotate in the same direction if we had a parallel gearbox. No, come back here. I just want... Okay, we have a gearbox. I could figure out how to get it rotating in the other direction. Then... it would be good. Yeah, because this is going counterclockwise. Or this one's going clockwise. This one's going counterclockwise. Or anti-clockwise. I think the thing was, it said that one's around the corners. Clockwise. Anti-clockwise. I'm gonna make a parallel. I'm just gonna make one. Can I make these? Can I get these back? No, I can't. I'm gonna make one. I'm gonna make one. We're gonna see how this works. Do I have enough? I do have enough. Anyways, so yeah, like a mod pack that just had create would probably be a pretty fun one. I feel like create's one of the few ones, and because like this was kind of how mods were like way back in the day. Oh god, another weather alert? Jesus Christ. Okay. Okay. Alright. Thank you for the weather alert, National Weather Service. So, Create and its add-ons, because Create has a ton of add-ons nowadays. Like, there's so many add-ons. Like, I think you really could just make a decent mod pack just by using Create and its add-ons. Because, like, I feel like Create kind of wants to be its own thing in the first place. You know? We could always do that steampunk mod pack, though. I'll be real with you. That's actually a pretty fun mod pack. That might be... It's more exploration-based, but it's got, like, a hardcore mode, which I've been playing on. Which is fun. Endermen just sneak up behind you and shank you between the ribs. Which is just, yeah, you know, the most fun thing I can imagine. Speaking of get shanked in the ribs, this is kind of a departure from what we've been talking about, but I got caught up on that show I've been watching, My Happy Marriage. My partner and I finally got caught up on the whole... Okay, see, it's working now. I think I sort of understand how these parallel gearboxes work. Sort of. It's like it can translate the power like at a 90-degree angle in the same direction. I think that's the only difference between them and normal gearboxes. Because like I think normal gearboxes it's just always like changes it, which incidentally makes it so that opposite connections are reversed. All right. Anyways, now we got this thing going. Let's turn the speed up on it to ludicrous speed. Because why not? All right, I'm gonna put a torch. Actually, torches don't stay forever, do they? I kind of forgot that. I was like, I'll just place a torch down here to stop any mobs from spawning, but that wouldn't really. God, son of a. How are you gonna break a shaft? How is a piece of dirt going to destroy a shaft? How did I have this going? Yeah, no, it's like. Okay. All right. Hold on. There we go, and then belt. We're all back. I'm just, you know what? Not gonna worry about it. If spiders end up in the gears, that's sucks to be them. There we go. All right, out of sight, out of mind. Nobody even knows that it's there. Now there's no proof. Well, that's not what I wanted to do, but there we go. There we go. All right, and now. Yeah, true. It's just a small bug in the system. It's not a game-breaking bug though. Okay, let's try this. I need what do I have for magnetite? Surely I have some lying around. Yeah, I do. All right, let's take this stack of poor magnetite and see if it works. There it goes. Do I have you set up to automatically output? No. Auto. Alright, I am going to have to hook the water connection back up, though, because we did kind of destroy the water connection. There it goes. I've got to have a... I need a thing. Oh, yeah, that's right. We need more power to this, don't we? What is stone dust? What does it get thermal centrifuged into? Hello? What are you... Nope. Ooh. Okay. Alright, I need more amperage here. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get the water hooked back up first. Yeah, okay. That was just the pipes draining. Let's go. Let's get the water hookup settled. Oh my god, my character's hungry. Hold on. We need a snack. Oh god, what have I been fruit? Grains? I'm just gonna eat a whole bunch of fruit. That's healthy, right? It's healthy to eat nothing but fruit. Actually, you know, out of all the food groups you could eat nothing but, fruit's probably one of the better ones. You'd probably obviously still want to get some vegetables in there, but like I feel like fruit contains a lot of basic nutrients. I don't know. I think if I could be guaranteed to have like fresh fruit constantly, I think it'd be a pretty good thing. I think I would pick fresh fruit. if I could like be guaranteed that the fruit wasn't gonna spoil before I got the chance to eat it, and you could just like have whatever fruit you wanted, we're really getting into like the like ancient fiefdom war here, right? I just want unlimited grapes fed to me by my servants, you know. They really did know how to live back then. Dying from dysentery. No, I don't even think dysentery was that big of a deal. In a lot of places. Definitely not like ancient Egypt, I don't think. I don't think he died from dysentery there. There's plenty of water. You had the Nile River. You had to go down and get the water from the crocodiles, you know? I don't know. I don't know how people lived back then. God, it must be terrifying living around crocodiles. It's just crazy. It's like, you know, there's There was like some sort of historical record of this one guy killing a dragon. And historians are like pretty sure he just killed a crocodile. Which I guess is still fairly impressive, you know. I think this guy was in like medieval-ish type time, so like, you know. They had access to things like metal armor and swords and stuff. I would probably like a big spear, you know, to hunt a crocodile, but it is still fairly impressive, you know, to take down a crocodile. I'll be real with you. Taking down a crocodile with, like, you know, just like a pointy stick. Because I don't think armor is going to help you much against a crocodile, right? Like, I feel like, the crocodiles, like, obviously the armor's going to stop their teeth from, like, getting ya. But, like, don't crocodiles kind of, don't they just roll when they're trying to kill things? I don't think the armor's gonna help you from getting your arm ripped off by a crocodile. You know? That's my personal opinion, my historic opinion. I don't think people do very good in the 1v1 crocodile matchup. But what do I know? I've never fought a crocodile, so I don't know, maybe this guy's just built different. Okay. What do you mean? Why aren't you... I think I'm... There we go. I am trapped. Help. I am trapped down here. Let me out. I should put a hatch here, actually. Oh, that's a wall. Maybe not right there. Okay. Ore washer is doing its washing thing. What happens to the iron dust? You can filter with covers, right? I need a filter for this. Yeah, because I need to put a barrel in front of this so that I can filter out any materials that can't be sent to the thermal centrifuge. Which is apparently... What does this turn into? I don't know. Does it just do normal centrifuge operations as well or something? But, like, this iron dust needs to be filtered out. This shouldn't be getting sent to the centrifuge. I wouldn't be surprised if it didn't even go in there. I want to see what the centrifuge does. Yeah, I need a second generator since they only produce 1 amp, right? That's probably... Ah, I see. Okay. It was doing the magnetite ore, and then it's getting filled up with stone dust, which isn't a good thing. What does this go to? It's supposed to go to a forge hammer, right? Yeah, we do still need that extra part on there, don't we? I'm gonna make a cover, though. Cover. We have like half of the... We have like half of the situation set up, right? Item filter. We're probably going to want to do like an item tag filter, right? Is that more difficult? Emerald plate? I can get emerald. I know where emerald exists. But I do need a cutter. Actually, I can use a saw. 75 or 65% chance. Winning. I can probably make emeralds. I know where to find emeralds. This isn't even really that difficult. I just need to go get them. Get them. Okay. Because I think we'd quickly reach the max like limit This gets used as a conveyor module and a robotic arm. Wouldn't this always be better than making a... It's got 9 slots. Yeah, I think we would hit the max if we didn't use the tag filter. Wouldn't this always be better though than like a robotic arm and a conveyor or a conveyor? Because robotic arms and conveyors are kind of hard to make. When we could just use an item tag filter, which we do need to go get the emeralds for, but I think it's probably fine. I think it's probably worth it. I think we should go get some emeralds. Eventually. Maybe I should make that battery pack first. Actually, you know, batteries would probably be a good thing. Oh, but it means you can put it in a conveyor, so this robo arm. Okay. So it doesn't actually act as one. Okay. Yeah, because that would make it like much better if it just acted as a conveyor and a robot arm. I think we go for batteries. Though I don't think it would take us that much to make batteries, and then we can make the ore prospector. So yeah, let's work on that, I guess. This should be pretty easy. Pump. Ring. Same thing, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I think it's gonna be... Because, like, I'm gonna go get some emeralds so that we can finish out the stuff for the... So we can get that item filter cover to help automate that whole process. But I think that I think it probably would be the best option. Fluid solidifier, also fluid solidifier. Bolt. Rod. Sure, I think we might have one of those lying around, actually. Bender. This one can also be put in the assembler nowadays, can't it? I guess it doesn't matter in that case, because I just don't like having these tools in the recipe, or like these non-consumable things, because they kind of make it look a little messy. But, oh wait, no, not that one. We don't want the steel recipe, we want the iron recipe. But like, I guess at the end of the day, it's not like it really matters all that much. Okay, wire mill. Circuit assembler. Soldering alloy. I don't think we even have to make vacuum tubes. I know we don't have to make the resistors. I'm gonna do it anyways just because it's fun. Milled copper. Coal. I think actually carbon dust is what we use most of the time. Yeah, I'm just putting all these down. Okay, we're almost there. Like I said, I think a lot of this extrapolation isn't going to be very useful, but I'll be honest, ever since I learned that we can do this, I'm having a lot of fun using this recipe manager. I just think it's neat. Okay. Good. Let's see. What else? What do I got in here? I got a tin rod. I got my glass tubes. The wire. We do need 5, so that'd be good to have one there. Oh, actually... What? Hello? Why aren't you... Oh my god, yeah. Okay, hold on. We need I already have the stuff. What goes in here again? I just need the printed circuit boards, don't I? Circuit assembler? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I already got the red alloy wire as well. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, glue. The main thing I don't like with all these liquids is that they keep overlapping each other with the names. So like it's not even super useful because it's like I can't even tell how much of this do I need. It's not gonna tell me. I mean that one was a bad example, but you know. You get what I'm talking about. Yeah. I think they really need to they need to like abbreviate. So instead of like this, they could do like I mean, I guess for like the ones that are partial. But you could do like I don't know. Oh, yeah, the main tree. Yeah. Need to make more copper. Ugh. Have these have these plates. Oh my god, where's my copper lying around? I know I've got like so much copper that hasn't even been processed yet is the issue. Okay, give me your stuff. Let's just put this stuff in here as like to be processed at a later date type box. Oh yeah. Yeah, ever since I figured out how to use EMI, I've been using it a lot more, to be honest. Um, I think it's kind of like my preferred item management mod at this point. Okay, any more copper? Let's let's take some of this copper I got lying around. I mean, you know, I'll be real with you. The main thing that I really like about EMI is just the ability to do like this. I don't know if that's what I don't know if that's exactly what we're talking about here, but like the ability to like pin something and then be able to hover over it and see it's very nice. Very good quality of life update. Put that in the patch notes. We're gonna need to make more turbines out here. I'm gonna need a second turbine. Oh yeah. Yeah, that would definitely cause some issues if you're playing one of those older packs. We need to get like 3 amps back here, don't we? How long do these operations last? 20 seconds? That means we can get through this in like 30 minutes or so. Yeah, man, the whole forge and fabric thing, it really, dude, low key, I actually really like talking about stuff like this. The differences between the different the differences between like different versions of like different iterations of Minecraft, specifically like how they how mods are is really interesting. We need to make another bronze crate, don't we? I love bronze crate. Bronze crate, my beloved.
Bronze crate. Okay, anyways. Yeah. I could do that now. I'm gonna put a hatch here. A little thing. And we're gonna get an item barrel. And we're gonna put an item barrel down there. And I'm gonna get a hatch. A little trap door. A little trap door in the ground. I like our little manhole that we have here. This is one of my favorite things in the base. I kind of like the way that this came out, the way that it looks coming down here. I need to make glowstone so that we can fill up these lanterns with glowstone, but like, they're so cool and industrial looking and also relatively useless because we're not even going to be using steam that much. But you know what? That doesn't matter. It looks cool and I love it. Yeah. Oh, drink you the milk. Milk. I need an item barrel. That's what I was doing. You know, I saw a thing. Maybe you guys have seen this YouTube channel. I don't remember the name of it though. Is the issue? I always like talk about stuff like this, but I can't remember the name of half of the channels I watch unless I watch them a lot. But there's this one guy on YouTube who does a lot of really cool like engineering stuff. Like he's always building. I think it's called Practical Engineering. I'm pretty sure that's the name of the channel. And he does like these really cool like models of like engineering problems and stuff so that you can see things like how how it works. Like I know um he did one that was like how landfills work. Yeah. Um and that one was really cool. He also did the one I watched recently was one about how manholes work. I did not know manholes were as complicated as they were. I'll be real with you. I did not realize that they actually do like a lot of like they serve a lot of purposes. Like did you know manholes like essentially the way it works is that manholes are like joints for sewer systems. So like sewer pipes typically are just straight, right? There's no like bends in sewer pipes. But if you have to Oh, hi. How did you get in here? Hold on. There's a cat. Hi. Did you come through the cat door? She never does that. It's not the main cat either. It's my partner's cat. Hi. Come on up here. Yeah? You want to say hi to chat? Yeah. You want to say here? I'll move the mic down so you can talk. Here, do you want to talk to chat? Yeah. I don't think she wants to talk to chat as much. Hi, hey little baby. Um, that's crazy. She might be. She might have come in here because of the weather. It's kind of storming outside. I'm surprised that my internet's not having any issues, because my internet very often does have issues when it gets this way. Um, hmm. I should probably look outside sometime, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't I don't want to look outside. Um, but I bet she's probably scared by the storm, and so she came in through the cat door, which I wish my other cat would use the cat door because I constantly have to let her out even like during stream, and it's like there's a cat door. Like you can go through. There's a door specifically there for you. I had to cut this door using a jigsaw to put in a door for you to use, and then you just don't use it. But then my partner's cat, she doesn't she doesn't come into my recording room very often. My stream does keep freezing for about a second every couple minutes. Um, I don't think that's my end. I don't have any dropped frames. Yeah. My OBS tells me how many frames I've dropped over the course of a stream, and I haven't lost any frames today. Hey there, little kitty. It was a good baby. I'm uh I'm just sitting here petting this cat. This cat, I think she's worried. um yeah, because Xavier, you're over in Texas, aren't you? Or haven't they been getting hit by really bad storms too? I heard you guys have been having some really bad, I think dust storms. I know we got hail over here, a bit ago. Oh, cool. I'd been hearing you guys have been having some bad weather. Oh yeah, you Dallas doesn't typically get dust storms, do they? Isn't this kind of like a rare thing for Dallas to get dust storms? I thought they were too far to the east to get those. Who's a little baby? Who's a little baby? Yeah. I don't know. That's still a pretty good. That's a pretty good sample for the climate of an area. I think. I feel like I've heard Dallas like very rarely got dust storms in the past, but like I've heard you guys have been getting some pretty bad ones. Um, Recently. Kind of crazy. Hopefully we're not gearing up for hopefully we're not gearing up for a second dust bowl. That would be pretty bad. He's a good little baby. The good little baby. Scared of the storm. Poor little baby. I'm also waiting for this thing to finish, to be honest. Um, but yeah. Yeah, it's been pretty bad. There's been a lot of really bad storms this it's not even spring yet, is it? Because we got a couple more days until spring. So I wish I could trust my cats not to get into my socks and shoot holes through them enough to let them in my room. Do they just like are they chewing holes in the socks while you're wearing them, or are they just like finding socks? My my cats, they're old ladies, so they're not as rambunctious as some younger cats. But luckily they're not too terribly destructive. They just find socks. They're finding all the ones that get like that you lose in the laundry, and that's where they're going. It's to the cats. Literally grab them out of the laundry basket. Yeah. Yeah, my cats, I gotta make sure that I put away my laundry decently fast or else the cats will start laying in it. It's the only reason I put mine away as fast as I do. Um, but yeah, it's I love cats. Cats are my favorite creatures. Anybody got what do we got? Anybody else got any other pets? Dogs? I don't have dogs. I had a dog a long time ago, like God, like a decade ago. Most of mine don't show hair well, and I can always enroll. Yeah, my my one cat is my cat is she's a tortie, so she's got very dark fur. So her hair doesn't show as much on clothes because um I mean I mostly wear black a lot. Oh, that's so cute. I want a black cat. Next cat I want a black cat. Tuxedo's good too though. My partner's cat is gray and her hair shows up a bit more on our black clothes. We mostly wear black clothes, I'll be real with you. It's like half of it. You live with allergic people? Yeah, you can get hypoallergenic cats, but they're kind of expensive, so it's typically not a viable option. Ooh, or a dog. I don't know if they have hypoallergenic dogs, though. I'm sure they probably do. I just don't know any off the top of my head. Yo, same. I love animals too. Man, I really do love animals. I got real I was a little torn up about that that pigeon I wasn't able to do anything for the other day. I feel so bad for the pigeons, for the birds. Um because I don't know. I like to say, like, you know, I feel bad for them because I mean, first of all, like, we destroyed their habitat to put our houses here, so like, you know, I feel like it is somewhat our responsibility to take care of them. If we're going to destroy their food source, like, we kind of have to provide food for them. Um, but the pigeons, I don't know. I feel bad because, like, they just people don't think about them as much. Although I'm pretty sure a lot of people in my area actually feed the pigeons, so I probably don't have to worry about it as much as I do. But I just worry about animals a lot. You know, it's so you know, it's bad for them outside, you know? Like, there's all sorts of dangers outside. That's why my cats are indoor cats. Uh I don't know about I know in other countries, especially in Europe, it's a little bit more viable to have cats be outdoor animals, but in the States at least, it's a very bad idea to let cats roam free. I'm pretty sure it's also a pretty bad idea in Europe, but it's less so in some ways. There's still like issues with diseases and whatnot, and also they just decimate the local bird population and other small animals. But I have my I know Avery mentioned a dog. I've had dogs before. The last dog I had was like a decade ago when I had my partner at the time had a dog. I'm not a huge fan of dogs. I grew up with dogs, but I'm not a big fan of them. I just don't like them as much as cats. Not that I don't like them. I just prefer cats. Okay, that cat is leaving. Hold on. I'm gonna go look outside real quick. Check out this window in my room. Oh my god! Alright, we're gonna close that curtain, and I'm gonna ignore what's going on outside my window. So just it's it's fine. Everything's fine. I love climate change. My favorite topic. My my favorite thing to ignore. Oh gods. Anyways, so what else do we got going on? Oh yeah, dogs. So it's funny because like I'm not a huge fan of dogs, but my favorite dogs are like basically cats anyways. Because I like small dogs. It's one of those things like people who like dogs, and like every person I've known who likes dogs. Well, not every person, obviously. There's going to be some exceptions to this rule. But a lot of the people that I know that have dogs don't like small dogs. Yeah. Well, okay, like, but the thing is like a lot of the people I know, and maybe I just need to find better people to hang out with, but like a lot of the people I know just hate small dogs. I don't. I like small dogs. I prefer them because I mean, like I said, I like cats. So if I'm gonna have a dog, I want one that's basically a cat. And I had this one small dog that was like the animal shelter that I got her from said she was a what was it? They said she was a terrier chihuahua mix. And I think that may have been wrong, which isn't surprising. The animal shelters here aren't super well funded, and I don't think the people that work at them have any sort of qualifications to tell you what type of breed of a dog it is. But I think it was part whippet. Like it's, and if you're unfamiliar with like what a whippet is, it's just like a small Great Dane. And that dog, I actually really liked that dog. You let that thing go outside and it would run. Oh my god, that thing was just up and down the yard, back and forth. It would take off. It would just run all over the place. Um, God, that was such a cute dog, though. I loved that dog. Um, I think it was a little blind, though. I'll be honest with you. I think that dog was blind in a little bit. Because... so, when I first got this dog... Um... When I first got this dog... I had, like... I brought it home... And I had, like, this big armchair, right? You know, one of those big armchairs that's, like, practically a sofa, you know? I had one of those. And I see this dog. You know how, like, dogs do where they... Or, like, just animals in general. Where they, like, they want to, like, jump up on something, but they do kind of, like, that thing where they're kind of, like, testing it to see if, like, ooh, can I actually make it up there? That whole thing. I watched this dog, and I don't know. I don't know what was going on with this dog, but I watched this dog. She does that whole thing to like line herself up to jump into the cushion. Mind you, she's directly in front of the cushion, right? Like you have like cushion right here, and then on the sides of it are just these giant arms, right? The dog is like sitting like right here lined up with the seat. I see her go and she jumps, and I don't know how she did this, but she like veers off to the side and just slams right into the arm of the chair. And it was... This was the first, like, as soon as I brought this dog home, too, so I'm like, oh no, I got a broken dog from the shelter. But I don't know, maybe she was just not used to being around chairs or something, or, like, jumping up on things. She got better. That was, like, the only time she did that. But she was an adorable little thing. I loved that dog. I didn't love taking care of it, though, which is why I didn't keep the dog. It wasn't even really mine either. It was my partner's at the time. And of course, I'm not with that partner anymore, so... The dog didn't end up with my partner, though. No, okay. I don't know if No, my partner at the time, when we broke up, they just left the dog with me. They just left it there. And, they didn't come to get it back. So I was just like, all right, I'm just going to give this to a person that I work with who's having a kid. And, it seemed like I didn't, like, check in much, but it seems like they were taking pretty good care of the dog, I guess. Drinky the milk. Let's see. I need to see if I got one of those pipes. I only have small pipes. Don't I have... Okay. Alright. Let's see how it is. Oh, boy. Yeah, I think today we're mostly just kind of processing ore and stuff until I can get this thing, like, fully automated. I need some more tin. Don't I have tin dust lying around, though? I feel like that would be something I would have lying around. The answer is no. I have been kind of saving this stuff up so that we can do it once we get the crushing wheels, though, so... It's kind of part of the reason why we don't have a lot of this stuff lying around. Okay. But, let's see. What else has been going on? I've been playing, like I said, I've been playing that Tactical Breach Wizards. Really fun. Really interesting game, too. Like, I wasn't expecting the game, like, from the start of the game, I wasn't expecting it to have as much crazy lore stuff going on in it, but it has a lot of really, like, the story. I'm gripped by the story at this point, which is really nice. It's nice having a game like that you can enjoy the story. But it's really cool too, because like I mentioned this before when I was talking about Tactical Breach Wizards the other day, but like it's really refreshing seeing a game that the developers so clearly...
okay. That the developers so clearly put a lot of effort into, and like a lot of care went into the making of the game. Let's see. One of the cool things about the game is like I'm pretty sure you can literally just skip all of the puzzles, even though it's a puzzle game. I'm pretty sure that in Tactical Breach Wizards, if you wanted to, you could just skip everything that happens, storyline wise, and just go with, and just do, or not storyline wise, but like the puzzles. I'm pretty sure you can skip any level, which is really cool. A lot of games kind of don't like doing that, I feel. They don't like making it so that you can just skip through that stuff. But like in all honesty, when it comes down to it, that's like definitely the easiest thing you can do to like I guess it's not like necessarily the same as modifying the difficulty level. Well, actually, okay. I guess this game does also have lower difficulty levels now that I think about it. So that's pretty cool. Because like I keep forgetting that the game has lower difficulty levels. I think I always forget that games have lower difficulty settings sometimes. But like this game, it does actually have lower difficulty settings, but I play on the highest one. Because I do that with most games I play nowadays. Which is kind of cool. Because I remember when I was a kid, I remember when I was a little kid and I could only play on the easy difficulties, and then once I got to like a little bit older, I played on normal by default, and then once I got even older, I'm able to just play games on their highest difficulty from the start. It's really funny because sometimes I complain about a little bit things with like difficulty when I'm playing a game, but then I remember like, oh yeah, I'm playing on like the hardest difficulty, so that's probably why I'm struggling. Ooh, cool. I haven't played Celeste. I should. I've heard it's a really good game. Although platformers aren't my favorite genre, so I don't know how much I would enjoy it. But I've heard it's a really good platformer game, so it might be worth trying out sometime. Bender, 1, 2, 3, 4. Put that on a 0, a 1. I think. Little forward they have before you activate it is really well worded. Okay, that's nice. Okay, I've kind of gotten that idea from like what I've heard about Celeste, that it would be a good game even if you don't like platformers. Maybe it might be something that would be added, that we can add on to the list of things I need to play at some point on stream. That would be a really fun one too, because like I actually have like no idea. A lot of the games that I've kind of mentioned wanting to play on stream are games that I've like either I've played before or I know quite a bit about it. But like games like Celeste, I've never even sort of played at all. I don't even know anything about the game. I know I know a lot of trans people like it for whatever reason, which they typically have pretty good opinions on video games, so. Okay, I need I think I'm just gonna I mean, there's a very strong contingency in the Bethesda games community. There's a very strong contingency of trans people that like pretty much exclusively play Fallout New Vegas. And they're right, it is like the best game in the it's one of the best games in the Fallout series. I'd argue 4 is a lot better than most people give it credit for, but like if you had to pick one, I guess it kind of depends. If you had to pick one Fallout game, I would pick either 4 or New Vegas, and it depends on if you want more wait, I could just it depends on if you want more like story driven or more like combat driven gameplay.
Why are you a hatch? You don't look like a hatch. I'm just carrying so many hits on me. I need to put up some of this stuff. Okay. Wrench the chest. No, keep that. Put that away. Put these away. Put this away. Put this away. This needs to go back in here anyways. I think I have 10 tin ingots in my inventory. I could have just didn't even need to make those other ones. All the stuff in here. I'm gonna put up my ingots. I'm gonna put up at least the 16 ingots. Actually, I'm gonna keep those because wait, no, I don't need to make... Actually, I do need to make more bronze. That's right. You know, I should probably... Actually, I think I'm gonna reclaim some of these drums. Because I can just macerate these, right? Yeah, I could also just arc furnace them. New Vegas is a good choice. New Vegas is the best one from a story perspective. Yeah. From a story perspective, New Vegas is definitely the best one. And the gameplay is not even that bad. It definitely, like, shows its age. Because it really is, it really is an older game. And a lot of the stuff with the gameplay, like, it makes it very obvious that it's, you know, an older game back when things were done a little bit differently. But it's not that bad. And the main thing about New Vegas, I would say, to anybody who's wanting to try it out, I wouldn't bother going like a... Well, I don't know. You can do the gunplay if you want. Like, you can aim and shoot things if you really want. But for anybody who's just starting out and wants to play New Vegas, I would probably say, like, just do a VATS build. It's fun. I think VATS builds are probably... Out of all the games, I would say that the VATS build is the most fun in New Vegas. You can do some pretty crazy stuff with VATS in New Vegas, and it's a lot of fun. Oh, poop. Yeah, let's go get a... surely I have chutes lying around somewhere, right? But a VATS build in New Vegas is really fun. That's about it. Just do a VATS build. Don't even bother playing on the higher difficulties. That's the main thing about, like, Bethesda games. I know I was talking earlier about how I want to play Skyrim on Legendary Survival, but, like, Bethesda games are one of those games where, like, I don't think it's really all that interesting to play on higher difficulties most of the time. Especially something like New Vegas. Even the survival mode in New Vegas kind of sucks. Like, it's not a very interesting or engaging survival mode. I'm pretty sure you can still fast travel in survival mode in New Vegas, so it's really not that interesting of a difference. What was I doing? I need a chute. Do I even have, like... I don't think I have a chute. I think I have to make a chute. Which is fine, but it's like 3 pieces of iron. Shoot. Can I make this in the assembler? I can't, but it's just the exact same cost, so... How does it work with the automated? Okay, you do put a hammer in there. Oh, man. But I really like... The storyline and everything in New Vegas is really good. Like, all the characters are really good. All the, I mean, it really is just mostly the characters, I'll be real. How much more gold do I have? I need more gold. Gold. Alright, I think what we do is we just... I think we put a barrel here. And then we can drain this into the ground and run it through the ground. for the pipes, because this is what we're gonna use to pump out the methane. Okay. I need more bronze. I'm gonna make more gold though. If I can make more gold drums, I can just grind up the bronze drums. Or probably just blast or arc furnace them so I don't have to bother with cooking the results. Let them cook. But like I was kind of saying, I still think 4 is really good. A lot of people give 4 like a lot of people talk down about 4 because like it didn't really live up to like New Vegas's expectations for like characters and stuff, which like is a really difficult thing to live up to anyways. New Vegas's characters are like above and beyond what most video games ever end up achieving. Even like other good video games tend to fall short of New Vegas's characters. But like I think the characters in Fallout 4 are fine. They're definitely not like the best, like Bethesda or like Obsidian, because they were the ones who made the characters. Um like put out much better characters in New Vegas, but 4 has really good gunplay and the characters aren't bad. I think the big difference between one of the things that like people got upset about with Fallout 4 is people don't like the fact that you can't, or maybe they don't even understand. People don't like the fact that the main character in Fallout 4 is voiced. And it's because people are so used to Fallout games being this kind of game um where you play as you get to like make your own character and play them however you want. But Fallout 4 is more of a game where you play as a specific character, right? Like the Lone Wanderer, or not the Lone Wanderer, the Sole Survivor in Fallout 4 has a pretty specific like personality, and people got really upset about that. I never really got all that upset about that kind of thing because that's just how it is in a lot of like other cultures, like Eastern culture, like Eastern RPGs tend to have that kind of thing where you're playing as a specific character who fills a specific role, right? Like think about the Warrior of Light in Final Fantasy 14. That character, while there's some wiggle room for their exact personality, that character has a fairly set personality from the get-go. All right, I'm gonna put that drum there, and I'm gonna arc furnace this one. And I don't think there's necessarily anything wrong with either way. I think it's just like people got weirded out because it was a Bethesda game, and Bethesda games very well known for not having that kind of character. But like a lot of other games, and you know what? you know what I'm willing to bet? I'm willing to bet part of the reason why Bethesda was more willing to go with the direction they did with Fallout 4 was because of like the success of The Witcher 3, which I'm pretty sure came out before Fallout 4. I'm actually not sure on that one. Maybe Fallout 4 came out after The Witcher 3. But I think games like that, like The Witcher is a good example of a game that follows that, where you're playing as a character, a specific character, and not making up your own. Check my... let's see... One normal fluid pipe. Okay, I need my 2 pieces of red steel. Yeah, steel. All right. I need my 9 pieces of steel. I know we have plenty of steel. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're trying to get the electric blast furnace at some point, aren't we?
I think after we finish this gas production, the batteries, and the because I mean we need the batteries for the electric blast furnace anyways. I think the batteries will probably also help with well, no, we really should just do 2 amps in the back. Or 3. I think we actually need 3 because there's 3 machines we need to run at the same time if we count the Forge Hammer. But the Forge Hammer could probably reliably be run off of battery power, right? Maybe. But the operations in the Forge Hammer don't take that long. I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll see what happens. Hold on, my partner's cat is trying to figure out how the cat door works. There she goes. Oh, she just crawls through a little hole in the door. Sing? Right. Right, I need to make that into... Wait, what? What did I just do? What? What? Hold on. Solid steel... Oh, it's a wrench. I made the wrong thing, but that's okay. We can just arc furnace this. Okay, this arc furnace is pretty cool, actually. It really helps with any mistakes I make. Because apparently you do a hammer and it comes out one thing, you do a wrench, it comes out another, which I guess hammers and wrenches are 2 separate tools, but doesn't mean I have to like it. Okay, what? I think it's 5. It's 5 pieces of liquid tin, or is it 4? Where's my calculator? 5, 60, 76 divided by 144. 4. Okay. Might as well just put that in the extractor already. Okay. Let's do 2 more. Do I need more? No, iron ingots. Wire mill. 2. I need 7 of these cables. Which means another tin ingot. Alright, we might as well check on the stuff in the back too, right? Because this does need to do things. Give me that stone dust. Give me that tin dust. Put it all back here. Okay, cool. And then I could just shut this off for a little bit. And we'll just grab whatever else we have a bunch of. I don't think I need the gold at the moment. Actually, I could take some of this crushed ore and just shove it into the ore washer, can't I? Let's do that. Into the ore washer you go. God, we're gonna have to eat again here in a second. Let's see. Let's do... Are these copper? 2 pieces of copper wire. I need 2 iron ingots.
Where did I put... Are you turned around? I don't... Did this thing never have a face on it? I don't remember if the polarizer ever had a face on it, actually. Okay. The rest of this is pretty easy, isn't it? 10 bolts, 10 screws, 10... Uh, 10, 10, 10... Not the... Not that. Not... I can't drop this, can I? There it goes. More junk. I need to put up that one. Yay! Alright, 1 tin rotor. I have my tin rod. If I grabbed a saw, I could make into tin screw or tin bolts. Then file. No, not the rod. The bolts into a screw. Okay, we're almost there. Okay, so I can do this thing with the rubber where I can that, and then now we take out the rubber and we get exactly what we need. My character is going grayscale again because we are starving, but that's okay. We can get through this before we starve. I just need my knife. And put up these supports. There we go. 2 rubber rings. 1 pump. I need a screwdriver for that. Driver. There you are. 1 pump. And 1 basic canner. There we go. And there it goes. Okay, we have the canner. Let's go get some food. And then we can work on battery production. I should probably check the quests too. So that this way I don't mess up my quests. Okay. So next we need any low voltage battery. We also need... I need to hold this. This is the important part here. I need to actually hold these battery alloy ingots. Antimony is found in the nether. Cool. I know we already have antimony, but I don't think the nether part's helping us very much. Grains. Let's go to our greenhouse. Our grain house. Ooh, another jute harvest. What time of year is it? Late autumn? We gotta get that before it... we gotta get that before it turns winter, because the jute will die in winter. Let's see. Go. Water. Anybody watch SpongeBob?
has a one of those esoteric shows, you know. I don't know. It's probably not a lot of people have watched SpongeBob. You know, kids these days, they don't. SpongeBob. Actually, I don't know. I don't know if kids do actually watch SpongeBob or not. I'd like to imagine they do. I like to imagine they watch the old SpongeBob because that was just a lot better than some of the newer stuff. But I know that, like, I'm pretty sure kids these days get, like, the kids still I'm pretty sure kids still know of SpongeBob though, right? Like, there's so many SpongeBob memes. I don't know. I know that, like, the newer SpongeBob is kind of isn't very good comparatively. But I mean, they still play reruns and stuff, right? Hmm. Well, there you go. So, we've got one person. What the Sigma? Oh yeah. I've seen a couple things about the newer SpongeBob, and I gotta say, it doesn't look very good. I've heard that they've taken to, like, torturing Squidward a lot. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, SpongeBob was still pretty good when most of Gen Z was around. When most of Gen Z was the appropriate age to watch SpongeBob. But nowadays it's like, what, they got, like, all those crazy spin-offs. You know what, dude, it really sucks too, because, like, I remember that specifically the guy who made SpongeBob, I don't remember his first name, but it's like Hillenberg, I think. Um, Specifically said, like, it was like part of his, like, contract with them or something. I don't know if it was a contract or if it was just a spoken agreement, but, like, he basically said, like, I think it was Jesse Hillenberg, right? Or is that the guy from Breaking Bad? um, or is that Heisenberg? Anyways, he said that he didn't want to do any spin-offs, and, like, the second, like, he died, Nickelodeon started pushing out spin-offs, and man, that sucks. That really sucks. And, like, they're doing, like, 3D stuff now too, which is, I don't know. 3D stuff isn't necessarily, like, bad. Yeah. 3D animation I wouldn't say is necessarily bad. Like, Miraculous Ladybug is 3D animated, and I would say that that's a pretty good show. But, like, yeah, they really did just, like, turn around as soon as the guy died and like, just started doing everything he asked them not to do. Because, like, he's dead now. What's he gonna do? Sue us? He can't. He's dead. You know? It's like, because Nickelodeon's basically just, like, you know, Mr. Krabs. Sir, why did you make 2 SpongeBobs? Money! Why did you make a second SpongeBob, Nickelodeon? I like money. They probably can, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about how, like, a lot of those things work. I wouldn't be surprised if it was the kind of thing that the family, well, because, like, when it comes to, like, copyright stuff, technically the estate, if they still own rights to the content, can sue, but I don't know. Maybe his estate didn't care. Either that, or there was some kind of thing in the contract where his estate didn't get the rights after he passed away. Copyright law is kind of dumb. Copyright law is basically just whatever corporations can, like, get away with. Is just how copyright law works. What are we doing next? I feel like I got the canner. I need to can some batteries. Okay, that's not the part we're on. We're on this part. So I need to make this battery alloy. It shouldn't be too hard. Okay, lead and antimony. Like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if they had some sort of weird deal. Or I wouldn't want to go up against Nick. Yeah, that's the thing. That's also the big issue with like the way that copyright law kind of works, is that like, yeah, technically speaking, corporations do a lot of things that violate copyright law. But if you don't um but like if you don't have the money to fight against a major corporation, like does it really matter? You know? Is that how it works? Like I said, I don't understand enough about copyright law to speak on it directly, but I know that it's complicated and kind of annoying. Let's see. Do I have more lead dust? Oh, I do have lead dust. Yippee. I could have sworn that like copyrights could get transferred to the estate though. Because I know that like a big thing with like the James Bond series, because like Amazon acquired the rights to like the James Bond movies, but I know like they had some kind of agreement with the okay. And I know that, yeah, well, didn't they change that recently? Wasn't there? I don't remember the. I know that the copyright laws used to. Yeah, they've done some things, because I know like that's part of the reason why Disney's been able to hold on to some of their copyrights for so long, because at some point they changed it, and now you can like hold on to a copyright for like up to like 100 years or something. Let's see, 4 pieces. 4 pieces of this. 1 piece of this. And what does that go into? Alloy smelter? Alloy smelter. We love the alloy smelter. How am I gonna get this? Yeah, but like when did Disney die? Anybody remember when Disney died? I feel like it's been a while. Yeah, Walt Disney. I don't remember the exact time when he died. Now, see, here's the issue with this battery alloy. I can't stick this in a vessel. But I do need to hold it for a brief second anyways. Where am I taking this? Does it go into the canner itself? We're looking to make a lithium battery. Okay. Alright. Isn't battery Are you sure? It's poisonous when inhaled, which typically means it's a contact poison in this mod pack. I just want to figure out, is there anything we can do with it? Okay. We'll see. I think we just have to take it to... We just have to take it to the bender, because, like... I don't think we do anything else. Only the dusts and ores? Okay. Does that count for like the other dangerous metals too? Like, can I hold bars of lead? Into the bender. I guess it would make sense though. If it's supposed to be like dangerous when inhaled, I guess it would make sense that only the dusts and the ores can hurt you, right? Like that kind of checks out. Like once it's a bar, it's kind of hard to inhale an entire metal bar. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. True. All right. Now this needs to go. Okay, I just need a tin cable. Yeah. Tin cable. 1 tin cable. Wire mill. did finally claw that steamboat freak out of Disney's Rick and Morty. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We did get the mouse. The steamboat version of the mouse. I don't know. I've mentioned before, I really don't think that copyright should last as long as it does. Um I think if you're going to keep up copyright, like, well, actually I don't know. I think the copyright laws that we have currently are a little too lenient when it comes to certain things. And I mean, like, things like SpongeBob, it's a little bit different because, like, SpongeBob's been around for a while and, like, is still around for a while, right? Like, hold on, I need lithium dust. I need this stuff. Do I send this to the ore washer? Yeah, I'll send this to the ore washer. Yeah. SpongeBob's a little bit different because, like, they're still making stuff with SpongeBob, so I can see, like, an argument for, like, something like that, or, like, something like Pokemon in general, since they are continuously, like, putting out new material. But sometimes copyright laws are a little crazy, and, like, I think it also, there's a few instances where it's, like, I don't really think that it should be allowed to be kept up for as long as it is. Like, what was that? What was that one thing? What was it? Like, okay, things like, there need to be, like, different copyright standards for, like, different things, especially because of, like, digital media nowadays. Like, one of the big things is, like, Nintendo. So, for instance, Nintendo still owns the copyright on things like old Pokemon games, like Pokemon Emerald, right? For instance. And technically speaking, if you're going around and distributing, like, copies of those old games, they can come and slap you around a little bit and tell you to stop. The main issue I have with that system is that, like, companies are allowed to hold on to copyrights for, like, pieces of software that they took out of circulation, like, decades ago. Like, if you're not going to still offer a piece of software to your consumers, I think it shouldn't be. I think it shouldn't be, like, you shouldn't be able to hold a copyright to it unless you're, like, actually trying to sell it. And I mean, okay, but, like, I can understand, like, saying you're not allowed to sell it, but the fact that you're not allowed to distribute old games is kind of crazy. You know, like, I can understand an argument about, like, you shouldn't be allowed to make money off of these other people. I don't know. I don't know if that's true. If it's a deemed abandonware, but I don't think a lot of things. I don't think it gets. I don't know if that's an automatic thing. I think they have to, like, declare it as that, don't they? But, like, I'm saying software that's out of circulation. But software that's, like, out of circulation tends to, because, like, I think it's different for games, though. Because, like, I know Nintendo still goes around and, like, shuts down ROM websites. They hit Vim's Lair a while back. They didn't shut it down, but, like, they had a bunch of games are removed from Vim's Lair now. What was my... Yeah, over here. Haha, lithium. Okay, I should be able to make can the batteries now. Batteries, can. Alright, sweet, we got lithium batteries. Yay, batteries. Okay. Pressure slot. Well, yeah, but like Microsoft, yeah, like I was gonna say, like Microsoft, they don't really like claim the software itself. It's just you can't. Actually, you can use like Windows 10 and even Windows 11 without having a valid product key, but you just have limited access to the software. All right, the next thing we need to make is one of these. Yeah, I'm not even using Windows. But I mean, if you're using like a cracked version of Windows that is like technically illegal. Yeah. Well, I mean, like with newer version, I think the thing is like people were cracking Windows so often that Microsoft just kind of stopped like bothering with trying to. Well, no, it is if you use a cracked if you use the cracked keys. The thing is, though, that while it's like technically illegal, it's not like Microsoft is going into people's homes and like, you know, repossessing their kneecaps over it. Yeah, which breaks the license agreement. Like I'm saying, like technically Microsoft can take you to court over that stuff. They're just not going to. Blast dust. Do this one. The thing about like a lot of copyright law when it comes, especially when it comes to like operating systems, and you can also look at like a lot of Adobe's products this way too. Well, maybe not anymore. Maybe in the past when you could like actually buy their software. But like a lot of copyright there's certain situations where like when it comes to stuff like that, because like Microsoft and like Adobe and a lot of those big name software companies, they don't service individuals, they service other corporations. So like, yeah, technically speaking, it's illegal to like have a cracked version of Windows, but like Microsoft isn't going to do anything about it unless you're like a corporation who has like 50 computers that they're not use it there that are using like cracked copies, because it's not really worth it to go after anyone else. I don't think I'm gonna bother with extrapolating stuff down. I know at this point how to make half of this stuff. Brass rods. Okay. This is pretty easy, actually. I'm gonna go put up some of my copper, though. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing with a lot of... That's the thing with a lot of things. Like... I think one of the big issues with, like, copyright law is that it tends to be rather broad in its application, but a lot of it... There's a lot of places for where you need, like, more specific stuff. Software is, like, a big issue when it comes to copyright. Not just software, but also, like, digital media in general. I mean, because like the issue, because like with video games, there's so many weird the reason why there's so many weird issues with copyright when it comes to video games is that technically speaking, you don't actually own any video games. Like technically, I'm playing Minecraft right now, but technically I don't actually own this game. The only thing that happens is corporations give out licenses to use the software, right? And like in the past, when everything was physical media, this is also, by the way, this also applies to DVDs, like movies. This wasn't a big issue in the past when everything was physical media, because it's like, what's a corporation gonna do if you violate, even if you do violate the terms of service? Like, realistically, what are they gonna do about it? But now that we have like digital media, like That's why a lot of games, especially like live service games, are allowed to just go offline and or like you just can't do anything about it, even though there are some places that are trying to get legislation passed that would fix those kind of things. But it's because like digital media is so new that like a lot of places the laws just have not caught up in any meaningful way. All right, I need my EMI, not that button, this button. Okay, I need liquid glass is one thing I need. I have the vacuum tubes. What do I? How many vacuum tubes do I have? I don't have vacuum tubes. What is it for vacuum tubes again? Annealed copper wire, bolt. Let's see. Steel bolt. One glass tube. That's just two red alloy wire, isn't it? No, annealed copper wire. Circuit assembler. Okay. And then I need the board. Oh, I need more though. I need more red alloy wire. That's pretty crazy though, because like I know a lot of people have always talked about how like um varying degrees and it's different depending on exactly who you ask, like what's under what system this works under. But people always talk about how like, you know, in the future you're not going to own anything. And it's crazy because like when it comes to software and stuff, that's been the case like forever. Like I said, you technically don't like people are just now starting to like go back towards like towards physical media for like DVDs and like and well, the thing is it's like it's always been like that though in some capacity because technically speaking you've never owned like people have been talking about using DVDs like as that's like the big example of like, oh, you use um you need to purchase like physical DVDs so that way, you know, you actually own your media instead of having to use like streaming services and stuff. But like, you know, you technically don't even own the media on DVDs. Um the stuff with DVDs is actually really crazy. You know, you can't just like pop a DVD into a computer if you have a DVD drive and expect it to work. That's just not a thing. You have to like use you have to use a piece of hardware that has the specific codecs installed in order to decode the DVDs, and it's like technically illegal to use like one that isn't licensed and whatnot. No, it's like actually illegal. Like you can on Linux, but it is technically illegal because I've looked into it, and it is technically illegal in most cases. Yeah, no, we're talking about like legally. Like if you have to do something illegally, then you still don't actually own it, right? Because like, you can do all sorts of stuff illegally as long as they don't catch you. I mean, it's only illegal if they catch you doing it, and like we've said before, most corporations don't currently at least don't care that much. The crazy thing is though, is like if some of these corporations ever decided that they did care, they really could start throwing their legal weight around and start having people arrested over this crap, which is like, I don't know. Like it's something we're not having to deal with now, but it is technically something they could do. They do have the legal authority to do stuff like that. I don't know about like arresting. I mean, like they'd probably be like just, you know, suing you over it, but But I mean, that's also like, God, I mean, look at what Google's been trying to do recently. This is slightly tangential, I guess, because we're not really talking about copyright law anymore. But like YouTube's trying to make it, um, oh yeah, obviously. Well, I mean, the thing is, realistically, regardless of if it's targeting minorities, it's going to target poor people the most, which tends to disproportionately be minorities, of course. But like, because that's the thing that we've been talking about, like the copyright law and stuff like that really only matters like if you can put up a legal fight, because there's a thing where like corporations don't want to actually spend money enforcing this kind of stuff. So if you put together any sort of like legal defense against them, they'll probably fold like immediately because they don't actually want to engage in protracted legal battles, because like protracted legal battles are expensive. And that's the thing, right? If you have the money to get into a protracted legal battle, then like you probably like, then you can just do that. And the thing is, I don't know if being poor is a minority anymore. Actually, I isn't. Didn't our middle class shrink below? I mean, it probably still is a minority class, but it's very quickly not becoming a minority class. And it also kind of depends on your definition of poverty. I think it depends on where you decide to draw the line. But like, yeah, I know that the middle class in America at least has gone below the 50% line, which is not good. Oh yeah, and then there's also the fact that like, the fact that like it's also basically a minority by how people are affected by being, or right, okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Not like minority as in like the like dictionary definition, but minority as in like a social class. Yeah, I see what you mean then. Let's see. Am I doing any more brass? I think I don't have brass. I need to get that zinc. But hold on, I think my cat, where my cat went. Oh wait, she's under the table. Okay, I see her now. But yeah, it's do I have zinc? I'm just gonna grab a zinc ingot. A zingot, if you will. But like, let's see. Yeah. No, I mean that's the big issue with a lot of these things. I mean the crazy thing is when it comes to like a lot of when it comes to a lot of laws and stuff, um the major issue is that like there's a lot of crazy laws on our law books, and in America at least. There's a lot of crazy laws in our law books that like aren't an issue because they never get like used, but they're still technically things that like corporations can do. Remember when Wizards of the Coast sent the Pinkertons after some guy because they sent him the wrong package? Oh, also remember when Boeing killed a guy? By the way, 4 steel ingots? Yeah, that sounds about right. Didn't I have another brass rod lying around here somewhere? No, I have a bronze rod, but not a brass rod. Let's see. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think once we're done with this, we start working on. Once we get done with the ore processing and the gas production and everything, I think we're going to work on that electric blast furnace. Oh no. Yep, I did the wrong thing again. I put you on the wrong setting yet again. A classic. Always me. Yeah. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, I do mean I do mean that guy. Yeah, pretty crazy that that happened and we just kind of everybody's just like, yeah, well, sucks to suck, I guess. Dang it, did I really? Man, I need to... Alright. I'm just gonna pour this dust back out. I like how that whistleblower's last recorded words were, "If I die, I didn't kill myself." Like there was a guy, that guy literally, his like last documented words are, "If I die, it wasn't suicide." Which, I'll be real with you, I kind of want those to be my last words, regardless of context in general, but also like, yeah. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, when it happens to one CEO, apparently there was a recent thing that happened. Some unknown shooter shot up a healthcare CEO's house recently. It was like a week ago, I think. So, that's fun. Mm. I'm still eating my food I made 3 hours ago. This time, I made food that tastes good hot or cold. Speaking of which. Ooh. Okay. Let's get the steel poured out. Give me the steel back. I'm just glad that foil, because I keep doing the stupid foil. I'm glad that just goes back 1-to-1 from a macerator. I'm glad that I'm not punished for my sins. One quartzine. Do I have any more of those? I know I have the things to get that, but I don't know if I have any of the actual crystals. Okay. Sifter? Is that what I need to do? No, I need to do a macerator first. Or crushing wheel. Which actually gives me less than putting it through a macerator. Oh, but a forge hammer can make it directly. I don't think I'm going to get anything better than that, right? Or... because I can... oh. Ore washer. Does this not go... okay, that goes into a sifter. I don't know if this is technically better, but I'm just going to put one of these in a forge hammer. And not have to worry about it. Okay, one LV sensor. Didn't I make more? Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me. Okay. No, that's fine. Okay. Alright, I get it. I have to make some more circuits because of that. Steel bolt, tube, and annealed copper wire. But yeah, it's like a lot of fun stuff going on. Dude, I was looking into, because I like I said, I've been looking at other things that we could play on stream, and I did look a little bit at Final Fantasy 14. The cool thing about Final Fantasy 14 is you can play that game up to like level 70 without having to pay. Which is really nice, because getting to level 70 in that game takes like hundreds of hours, especially if you're like playing it slow so that you can do it on stream or something, Like, I think it's a good idea because we could feasibly play that game for like a really long time before I even have to get a subscription. God, I was thinking about like what I could do though, because I want to start in Uldal. I really like that city out of the 3 starter cities. Including the award-winning... yeah, you're right. Including the award-winning Heavensward and Shadowbringers expansions. Wait, really? It includes Shadowbringers? I thought... doesn't it... what? Storm? Bringers, what was the name of that one? What was the name of the... Really? The information I read must have been out of date then, because I thought Shadowbringers is up to 90, isn't it? I know that you don't get any of the extra classes though, which kind of sucks. But then again, it's fine. Final Fantasy 14. Now, it's good, honestly. World of Warcraft needs to do this too, especially now that WoW has like made it so that they kind of crunched the levels a bit. Stormblood, yeah. I think it's Stormblood because that goes up to 70. And then there's that next expansion after Stormblood that I don't remember. And then it's Shadowbringers? Because it's A Realm Reborn, Heavensward, Stormblood. Stormblood's the one where we have the big civil war. Wasn't there another expansion in between that, or does it go straight to Shadowbringers after that? I don't remember. But listen, getting all the way through Stormblood that takes a while. But I was thinking about okay, so there isn't another expansion in between it. I don't know why I thought there was. Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I was thinking about like starting. I'd start as like a pugilist in Udal, because I do like pugilist. But I honestly, low key, if we did a Final Fantasy playthrough on stream, I'd probably play ninja. Because ninja is really fun. And monk is less so nowadays, because they removed all the directional stuff from monks. Which, like... But that was the fun part about monk, was dancing around your opponents. Although I will say, one issue with playing monk when all the directionals... that's the fun part. You don't need friends to play Final Fantasy anymore. You can just get a bunch of little guys to come with you into the dungeons. Let's see. Yeah. Tin wire. Tingets. That would be fun, though. I mean, especially we could do, like, some of the raids. Because I know, like, obviously those are going to require a lot more. Yeah. I think if I did it on stream, I'd probably, like, actually... I don't know. I don't know if you can do... I don't think you can do the raids without partying up. But if I'm doing it on stream, I also do want people to get the story, too. Which is, like, something that you miss out a lot when you're doing dungeons and whatnot. But there's actually, like, a lot of story, like, pushed into the dungeons. Another brass rod. Brass ingot, brass bismuth. I need to separate out some of that stuff. Okay. All right. That's what I got to do. No, I needed the extract. I already have my glass on me. Can I get... How do I make... Can I make this out of... Alright, it is just blocks, isn't it? I can't do... panes. Although I'm pretty sure panes would still be more effective if we ground it up into... dust. But whatever, I don't like... No, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Just... do this. There we go. Oh, really? Okay, we got an ore prospector. Yippee! Not enough energy. How do I charge these batteries? Or this single battery. What happened to my other battery? Where did I put it? Did I leave it in here? Where did I put that other battery? Didn't we make 2? Okay. Any machine will do. Okay, probably should put it in one that's turned on. Or does it just take 3 minutes to charge? Okay. Alright, I see what's going on here. Where did I put that other battery? I could have sworn we made 2 of them. What did I do with it? Oh, it got used to make the ore prospector, that's right. Wait, do I have to charge the ore prospector itself? Yes, okay. Alright. Are you gonna be able to handle this? I think the answer is no. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna swap these real quick. Okay. While that's charging, I'm gonna be right back. I gotta go wash out my... I will look into that when I get back. I'm gonna go rinse out my bowl from my food and take care of a couple things. So I'll be back in probably less than 5 minutes. I'll leave you guys with the music. So be right back. Alright, I'm back. I had to do a couple things. I gave my cat, got her second feeding for the day, and what else did I do? I had to take the pizza dough out of the fridge because I made a pizza last night, and I forgot that like when you make pizza, it makes a lot of dough and everything. And so originally I wasn't gonna do pizza again tonight. I was gonna do it tomorrow night, but we're out of a couple ingredients for what I was gonna do tonight instead of pizza. And with the way the weather is, I can't really ask my partner to go and get me anything because it's just inclement weather and whatnot. But so I'm just gonna do the pizza again tonight. And yeah, I had to take the dough out of the fridge. Who has entered my room? Hi. Hey, what you doing? Are you scared for the storm still? Poor little baby. Still all scared about the storm and whatnot, aren't you? Yeah. Alright, come on up here. Come on. My partner's cat's a little chonky, so she needs help getting up into the chair. Yeah, baby. Is that right? I don't know if you guys can hear her. You want to talk to chat? You know, in France, in French, the French language, they call cats chats. I don't know how it's pronounced, though. I just know it's spelled the exact same as chat. Yeah, their little baby. Are you all... You don't like the storm? I can't imagine you would. Okay, how does this ore prospect... Well, okay, while the cat's here, actually, let's look up that jetpack stuff, because I'm a little limited in my mobility. Ooh, advanced jetpack. Ooh, liquid fuel jetpack. That's not too hard to make. Lead rotor. Oh, potent. Well, we can make that, right? This is probably not that hard to make, right? Double steel plate, bronze rings. This actually isn't that bad. Okay, yeah. The electric one is a bit more expensive. Yeah, it uses aluminum. It's buggy. That's unfortunate, because I'd much rather do the liquid one, to be honest. Because the electric one we can't get right now. Because we need aluminum. So we'd have to wait until after we got the blast furnace. Yeah. Well, I mean, it pretty early on, though. We just need to get the aluminum is the only thing we need. And that, but we're going to get that when we get the blast furnace and everything. And we probably are going to have to work on that next. I would like a liquid jetpack, but if it's buggy like you say, then it might not be worth it right now. It's not that far away, though. Power thruster, yeah, that's the aluminum part. Yeah. Not too terribly far away, though. Definitely something to keep an eye on. Okay. Ore prospector. Go! Oh, this is how it works. Oh. Interesting. Oh, it doesn't work at all? Okay. Kind of a ripoff, I guess. What does this button do? Oh. Night mode. Interesting. These are all the resources around here. Okay, cool. This is gonna help out a lot. Okay. This is a good thing. It's just ore prospector. Okay. We need emerald though, right? Because I need to make some covers. Yeah, I think we're probably going to... We're gonna get those covers and everything working. Yeah, we just need to do some stuff for the ore processing to make sure that it works properly. Give me that. Yeah, see, look, we got quite a bit of lithium dust. Okay. Yeah, I think we just need to go out and get some emerald. Let's go check on our miner. I'm gonna put filter covers on the input side. Yeah. Yeah. Can we not... Do the filter covers only do input, or do they do output as well? Because I'd like to output the... Or do we need, like, a conveyor on top of that? Yeah, I wasn't really planning on doing the pipes. I just need... Because I need to filter out what goes into the... what goes into the thermal centrifuge. And then I also need to filter... Do I need to filter anything else aside from that? I don't think so. Well, I mean, like, you need to filter the stuff to stop it from going to the centrifuge and then filter it into a barrel instead. I don't know. We're gonna go get quite a bit of emerald, though. I mean, like, there's no reason for us not to get, like, several pieces or, like, enough to make, like, several filters. Because it's only, the tag filter, it's just a single emerald plate, which... I think we're gonna have to make a cutter. Because we could do it with sawing, but at a 65% chance, I think I'd rather not. I think I'd rather just make the cutter to start with, because it's not even like this is that difficult to make relativistically. I can get cobalt brass, right? How do I make cobalt brass? Do I make a blend and then arc furnace it? Yeah, we do need a cutter at some point. Okay, yeah, so I just mix this aluminum dust. Can I get aluminum dust, though, without the furnace? I can get the aluminum dust, I just can't... I just can't turn it into, like, ingots, right? Wait, or process it. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We can also go get some aluminum when we're out at, oh, shoot, I should have gotten food before I left. While we're on the mainland, I know there's tons of aluminum there as well. But, let's check our ore prospector. How are you doing over here? Are you done? Yeah, this thing's done. Alright, so if I scan, yeah, obviously this is going to be nothing in it. Oh, yeah. Gold. Oh, yeah, look at all this. Ooh. Look at all this over here. I didn't realize there was so much cassiterite in the ground here. Hematite, vanadium magnetite is the second biggest one. Oh, actually magnetite. I didn't realize that was mostly magnetite, actually. Okay, cool. Yeah. We are gonna have to put up a miner. But this is currently our only one, so I'm gonna steal it, I think. Just because we're gonna go take that. We do need to make some more miners, though. And now that we have batteries, because we can... Actually, that's a good idea. Now that I think about it. We could just make a miner and run the ones on, like, the mainland off of, like, batteries. What does it take to make a miner? It's not that bad. The electric motors aren't that difficult to make, honestly. And it's mostly electric motors. Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. Maybe we should... Maybe I should just move this miner over so that we can keep... And we'll make another miner to take to the mainland with us. And we'll make, like, a bigger battery. Because what can we... we can make... Can we make large ones? I think it's just a matter of the materials, right? Oh, yeah, we need 16 lithium dust, which I don't think we have. Oh, wait, this is higher voltage. It doesn't affect the capacity. Okay. Yeah, I thought that the bigger batteries held more, but they're higher voltage. I was wrong about that, which is fine. It means we can just use our lithium ones. We can just use the one of the ones we already have, and they're easier for us to make anyways. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. I didn't realize that. It's kind of funny because it doesn't work that way IRL. Ooh, they delete your batteries. Okay. Battery buffers aren't that hard to make. Yeah, these aren't. They take a lot of tin, but that's whatever. Battery buffer is probably a good idea in general anyways, right? Like, it'd be better for us to have a battery buffer. But if you're saying they get deleted if the chunk is unloaded. Hmm. And I guess it would probably count as the chunk getting unloaded if I turned off the... Yeah. Okay. Yeah, alright. But that doesn't happen if it's in a buffer? Is that a thing just with the miner, or are other machines affected by that? Because I need to make sure I don't, like, let my stuff... See, I didn't place this thing over enough. I'm just gonna place it, like, down here. Only the miner? Okay, good. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, let's go make a couple things then. We're gonna make at least one more miner, I think. Running off of batteries. It might be. Yeah, I'll just try to not leave them in any machines if I can avoid it. Yeah. Yeah. How much? I guess I'm gonna have to make more steel, aren't I? Alright. We'll see. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. What's the other thing I was looking at? The miner itself. I need more steel to make this miner, because I think we're out of steel at this point, again. Turbocharger after you produce plus 4 amps? Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Yeah, because these things do take quite a while to charge. It's not as big of a deal if we're like... If it's something that we leave for a long time, but... I find a horse. I should steal a horse. You wouldn't download a horse, would you, chat? I'd download a horse. If I could download a horse, I would 100% download a horse. I told you guys about that. Who's in here? Hi. You keep going in and out of the room. You can come over here and stay. My my partner's cat is I think she's very upset about the storm. Okay, let's see. I'll just do something like this. Yeah, I think we definitely need to get that electric blast furnace soon. We're starting to get to the point where, especially now that we have the arc furnace, the only thing we have left that's like annoying to really do very often is the blast furnace stuff. Or yeah, doing steel. I wonder if I got lucky and... Okay, cool. Our current blast furnace setup is already in a chunk, so I think what we'll probably do is just set up the electric blast furnace in here as well. And, pump gas over to some generators for it. Yeah, because that'll be really nice, especially once we get, like, we actually have that huge deposit of iron, especially now that we know more, like, just how much iron is in the ground over here. Yeah, we'll probably use a battery buffer to start with, and um, actually, we'll probably use a battery buffer to start with, and then just try to rush the medium voltage stuff, right? Just gonna show me, yeah, there. What's the difference between a combustion and a gas turbine? Ethanol, octane, biodiesel, gasoline. I watched, I think I've gone through this a couple times. Yeah, so it doesn't burn methane. What is this output? About voltage. I guess I could read too. Higher tier generators will increase their fuel consumption proportionally to the generation rate. They all produce 1 amp of their tier. But then we could step it down, couldn't we? Does it translate into 2 amps if we step it down to low voltage? Because the start is just low voltage, right? Hey, Pero. Yeah, we're doing pretty good. I need to go to the mainland to set out to get some emeralds, but that's about it. Okay, it goes up to 4 amps? Okay, good. So we would only need 1 medium voltage generator in that case. I mean, we'd still use the battery buffer, whatever, but let's see. Keeping the duration of fuels and specific amounts of energy from fuels the same. The advanced steam turbine will use up. Okay. We probably would end up getting to eventually. Get any of the generators to complete this. May prefer. There are a few new power options. Selecting the generators, pressing U will let you see which fuel. Yeah. If you stick to steam for your power generator, you'll probably need a large steam boiler. Usage. We're probably just gonna stick with gas turbines, I think. Oh wait, actually, hold on. Okay, I'm foreseeing a slight issue here. Okay, there it is, methane. Okay, it was the first one. Alright, good. Well, actually, this also is just gas turbines in general. I guess they don't use different ones. Hmm. Okay, cool. Food. Okay, let's, I need to make the miner. We need to do another batch of steel. Another batch of steel gets us enough for, what, 2 more machines? Maybe less. But I only need... Does the battery buffer take a... It does take a low voltage machine. Okay. Alright, we're gonna need to do, like, 2 batches of steel then, I guess. Yeah. We're gonna have to do a few more batches of steel, actually, now that I think about it. Because we're gonna have to make more stuff for the gas production. We could rush EBF. But I want to get the ore processing automated before we do that. Because I feel like that's going to be higher quality of life than rushing EBF. Making steel's annoying, but a lot of it is largely just waiting around at this stage. Because all we're really doing is just waiting on the forge hammer to pound out ingots, is the most annoying part of steel production right now. Hello, how's it going over here? Doing pretty good. Did you get me some more lithium? No, obvi, because you don't make lithium with this. Alright. Although, I will say... getting access to aluminum and getting low voltage, or getting medium voltage stuff would be a good thing, too. Because if we were able to get a medium voltage gas turbine back here, if it produces if we step it down to produce 4 amps of low voltage, that would power all of the machines we need back here right now. Because we're gonna need a third machine for... yeah, Nah, I think it's still going to be better to try and semi-automate this. Well, because right now we just need the 2 amp. Because like taking the purified or the refined stuff and sending it to a forge hammer manually isn't really that big of a deal just yet. And we can always just make a second gas turbine, and we can use that for other stuff. So I think we'll just do that. Okay. Well, we need emeralds. I need to go get emeralds. We're gonna go start that South African emerald mine. And we've already been mining lithium, so I might as well. Okay, I got that. Let's see. We're gonna make a miner. Gods, let's do this. No, we're gonna take the emeralds from him. You know, I was watching a video about that the other day. Or the other day, I think it was literally yesterday. I was watching a video about that. You know, he used to like go to school with emeralds in his pockets for presumably to pay for stuff. He later it's true. The funniest thing is, no, the really funny part about this situation is that Elon Musk. The funny thing about this situation is Elon's tried to like get away from that idea. He's tried to like paint himself as like the everyman who had to work for his fortune. But like the really funny part about it is like his father has gone on record saying like, no, he 100% did that. And the reason I find that so funny is because it's like, yeah, of course his father would say that, because it's like, yeah, his father doesn't want people to think they're poor. you know? So it's really funny that he's trying to cultivate this idea of like the everyman, and his father's like, no, we have money. Like we're not a bunch of plebeians like you guys. We have money. Like, come on. Run. You know what? I'm gonna go set up that iron mine real quick though. Before I start doing the stuff to get the other stuff, because let me go grab my supplies I need to set up the iron mine. I need my planks, my capote. Yeah, no, it really is. It really do be like that. I mean, the fact of the matter is it's actually extremely rare for people to like adversely change their social class throughout their life. It's almost like there's a system in place that like discourages you from being able to do such a thing. But like the vast majority of those kind of stories are just, you know, they're just fake. Like just straight up, they're just fake. Let's see. What did I come over here for? Poke. That's right. I'll be real with you. One of the big ones, man. I don't know. Actually, I've gotten into arguments about this, but I don't talk to people very often, so I guess I don't really get into arguments because I just don't engage. Um, but like one of the big things, man, people always talk about like sports and stuff. It's really hard to like talk to people about how like, because I've mentioned it on stream. I think we should maybe get away from our reliance on sports and everything, and like some of the weird ways people are about sports. People always try to like, why did we have a smart shoot for this? Does anyone remember? I think it was so that we didn't need to do saplings. But then we figured out that there was a way to get around that. So why are we using a smart shoot? Whatever. Oh yeah, that's I don't. Yeah, it does transfer faster, so I guess the smart shoot's fine. But I mean, like, it's a thing that's gonna be running indefinitely. Does the speed actually matter at that point? Like, we don't need it to like, if it's gonna be running like near constantly. If I need a smart shoot for something else, I'll probably steal that one, but we'll leave it there for now. But anyways, the thing with like sports, because I've talked to people about like how I think that, you know, maybe we shouldn't, especially when it comes to like sports in schools, is one of the big things I take a bit of umbrage with. And I always get people who try to argue like, oh, but sports are good because they allow people to, they allow like they allow disadvantaged youth to to like raise their social class. And it's like, first of all, that's a pretty messed up system on the face of it. Like, you're telling me that like poor people should be forced into this kind of situation where they're doing this and it's the only way to like claw themselves out of poverty. But also, like, those guys die young. Like, I don't know if anybody's ever, like, people just don't bother with like keeping up with what happens to athletes like after they get past the age of like 30. Yeah. And like, because my partner's brother fell into this category. His parents really pushed him into sports, and God, I've mentioned before how I'm not a huge fan of this guy in the first place, but it the dude's kind of like, he's also just generally really dumb. And I think it's partially because his parents told him to not worry about school and just do sports. There's also a few other reasons. That guy's... that poor kid. I feel bad for him, but also, he's kind of a jerk, so it's hard to feel too bad for him. But yeah, no, like, those people, there's, what do they call it? It's funny, they call it something that means something else, or that, like, it's an acronym for like concussion something I want to say it's CBT. I want to say it's like concussion based trauma or concussion blunt trauma or something like that. Which is really funny actually. Oh, there is Cassiter right here. Wow. Has this always been here? Okay. Well, anyways. But yeah, like, those athletes, yeah, well, true. Yeah, true. But like, yeah, a lot of those athletes, they don't end up doing too well, you know? Like, a lot of them, there's a lot of like issues. It's really crazy too, because it's really crazy. Okay, so I'm here. I want to be... How does this thing work? Is the dot... What does that dot mean? Is that where I am? That's where I am. What does the arrow mean? Is that just where I'm facing? It is. Okay, cool. But like, a lot of these athletes end up like... There's a few things that happen with athletes that like, and it's crazy because society really likes to blame them for it. Like society really likes, they really love athletes until they start complaining about like working conditions, which is the real American way. Um, but a lot of these athletes, like people talk about like how much money athletes make, and athletes do make a fairly decent amount of money when they're active. But one of the big trends with big time athletes, especially when it comes to like the NFL, the National Football League, for you people across the pond who don't keep up with the great American sport of football. But a lot of NFL athletes, they end up losing their fortunes. Typically, it's because they make like really bad investments. And first of all, like part of the reason why they do that is because you're taking like a child. You're taking I don't know what you guys know over there. It's a weird and according to my country, to my government, it's a weird and disturbing place where people drive on the wrong side of the road and you guys don't have freedom. So, you know, just going off of what my government tells me. So, but let's see. Yes. Okay. A lot of these athletes end up like losing a lot of their fortune. And it's one of those things where like people like to blame the athletes because they're like, oh well, these guys just made really bad financial decisions, that's why they lost their fortune. And it's like, yeah, they did make pretty bad financial decisions, and it might be partially because they were like, you know, groomed into this position when they were children, didn't give the opportunity to like learn proper finances, and also are probably suffering from brain damage. So like, I don't know if it's necessarily the NFL athletes' fault that they act the way that they do, or just athletes in general. This goes into a lot of things. Like we could talk for a long time about like what happens with sports teams, especially in America. But like another thing, you also have to think about like the cost that you have to think about the cost that women pay to like prop up our sports I don't know what you would call it, system. But like you really got to think about the cost that women pay, because like these athletes are very, very well known to abuse women. And I would say that, like, I don't know, play devil's advocate a little bit, I guess. I'm not really playing devil's advocate, I guess, but like more of like to explain a little bit of the situation. Like the system that we have in place like sets men up to do that, right? Like it's a little bit of a tragedy because these men are like basically groomed into a position where they have no other options really but to become the kind of men that do these kind of things. But like the system really does set it up so that our athletes will engage in such behavior, and it's women who have to pay the price for it. Like there's always scandals going on about like some athlete doing something to their partner. I know, like there was a big one recently that was what Ewan McGregor, I think. He was a UFC fighter who was like Irish, I think. Was it Ewan McGregor? I don't know enough about UFC. But I heard there was some issues where he had some pretty terrible allegations against him. No. You're right. That is the Star Wars actor, isn't it? Who's the UFC fighter then? Conor McGregor? It wasn't the Star Wars actor, though. No, it was not the Star Wars actor. There we go.
It was not the Star Wars actor. It was some guy. God, now I'm gonna have to look that up. Connor Mc. Yeah. Yeah, it was Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor is the Irish professional mixed martial artist and businessman. Because you don't really need much to be a businessman. Yeah, there were some really bad allegations about some stuff he did. And it's like, from what I heard, a lot of people... Yeah, that's fair. No, it's true. I just... I don't know. I don't... It's not a lot of talk about in this. I'm kind of just running back and forth between things for stuff. No, but like Conor McGregor was a big one who recently had a bunch of allegations against him. Oh god, you're probably right. I wouldn't be surprised if he sold supplements. Gotta get on that fish oil. Fish oil supplements. It's got 0 mercury in it. Some spectrometers might pick up a molecule or two, but it's basically non-existent. God. Where's my... What's I doing? That's right. We got the miner set up. I mean, fish oil isn't the worst thing. I mean, fish oil is not bad for you, obviously. I just think it's probably the issue with like supplements, a lot of vitamin supplements, is that realistically the body just like flushes out most of it. Because like most supplements are just water soluble, and if you get too much of it, your body just flushes it out. Which like, unless you're taking like way too much of it. The thing with like a lot of bodybuilding stuff and like and those kind of things is really just that it's just a scam, because they just probably don't do anything. Like best case scenario, they just don't do anything. Worst case scenario, they kill you. So I guess that's better than I guess that's better than the worst case scenario. But like a lot of these, the big grift is like how important they are, I think. I do think it's like, I think it's good, because like I take vitamins. God, I need to take more D3 too. I need to start taking more vitamin D supplements, to be honest, because like I just don't leave my house. It's not anything about there not being enough sun here. There's actually probably too much sun here, but they, you know, I just don't go outside. So I mean, like, supplements are good for people. It's just one of those things where like, if you're like super particular about your supplements, and like you're just buying things from specific people because they say buzzwords and stuff, probably where you're starting to lose the plot. This is the issue with like a lot of pseudoscience stuff that we have out nowadays. It's really crazy because like there's lots of bits and pieces of pseudoscience. Like the best pseudoscience and the most popular pseudoscience is based on like kernels of truth, right? Like take those stupid not supplements, those stupid essential oils. There is like somewhat decent science about like aromatherapy and stuff, but like we're talking about like the science of smelling nice things makes you feel good, which is like, yeah, kind of duh. But they're not gonna like heal broken bones or something. We have like actual science for that. Did I ever tell you there's a store over here in the States called Sprouts? And I go to Sprouts sometimes because, okay, Sprouts is one of those like hippie stores, like one of those like hipster, okay, yeah, I guess if you take enough essential oils, it'll cure your problems. Hi there, baby. Are you... This cat is very distressed. Although I think the storm down outside is quieted down a bit. So like Sprouts is like one of those like hipster stores
where they have like all they have like this big focus on like all natural and organic, which means there's actually is like some stuff to there like actually is some use in that, because like I go there for certain cooking ingredients because it's easier to get yeah, I mean, of course crude oil is important for a well-balanced diet. Americans know this. But like Sprouts is good for some things. They actually have really good milk. It's I don't know what the difference is, but it's good milk, and it comes in a glass bottle, and it's expensive, but you get your deposit back when you give them back the bottle. So I guess that's cool. But like I also go there from I go there from like or I go there for spices a lot. They have nice spices there that I can buy in bulk. And they're much cheaper to buy. You can also get like bulk tea from Sprouts. But here's the thing. Sprouts has a homeopathy section. Like they have an entire section dedicated to homeopathy. Yeah, they do need to bring back Milkman. Who else is supposed to take care of all these people's wives, you know? It's definitely not their husbands. But Sprouts has yeah, they have a homeopathy section. And I went to look through the homeopathy section because I'm just like, you're kidding me. They have homeopathy here. Like the worst kind of pseudoscience that you could possibly imagine. They have it here. And I went through their section. Dude, they sell sugar pills that are supposed to help with quote unquote bone trauma. Bone trauma. You can take a sugar pill to help with bone trauma. First of all, what exactly does that mean? Listen. Listen, okay, I have a theory. Okay. So, okay, so listen here. So we can all kind of agree that there's like this phenomena where there's like there's a few names in English that are like that are pretty common, right? We have names like Smith and names like Baker, right? These are my two examples. My two main examples. Smith and Baker are very common like English names, right? And in the past, you know, a lot of these English names came about because they described the person's profession, which is like, in all honesty, kind of a dumb way to do last names, but who am I to judge? Listen, it's not just that, though. It's not just that they work with their hands, because that's part of it, right? That's part of it. The Smiths and the Bakers are always working with their hands, and they're pretty muscly, right? Like, if you're a blacksmith, or if you're a baker, you're constantly working with your hands, your arms are gonna get pretty ripped from that, right? Like, if you're constantly baking bread, you have to knead that dough all day. That's a lot of physical work, right? So you're gonna end up with some pretty beefy arms. So that's like, and like, obviously, like, blacksmiths are going to get pretty ripped because of them, you know, using a hammer all day. So, like, there is that. But also, think about it this way. Who is the person, like, which ones of these professions are going to be spending all their time at home, right? Like, the farmers, they go out into the fields and farm all the time. And, like, all this stuff. But who's staying home? Like, right? Because, like, fishermen, they got to go out and fish and all that stuff. So, like, who's at home? Who's still at home? Like, who's the person? I mean, for the bakers, like, who's the person that the women are always going to get their fresh baked bread in the morning, right? Like, that's just basic proximity at that point. But, like, you know, these are the guys who stay at home for their profession. They're just always at their little shop, you know? So, like, I think that's why those names are so popular, is because these are the guys who stayed home and slept with your wife while you were gone. While you were out at the war. While you were out out fighting for oil in another country. I was at home with your wife. Where was I going? I only got 200 milliliters of milk, millibuckets. That's like a gulp of milk. What were we doing? I need to make another miner, don't I? I got distracted talking about people's wives. Okay. Let's see. True. It's a shame that America's trying to get rid of them, though. Dude, man, our postal service sucks. I mean, not the postal service itself, but what's been turned into the postal service. Dude, I like the USPS, the United States Postal Service. They're always good people. I always like them. You know who I don't like? UPS coming barreling down my residential road at like 6 p.m. Like, dude, these guys are booking it, and you know it's because their company is like always on them about like making deliveries and stuff. But like, dude, we got kids who play in the street here. Maybe slow down a little bit. Slow down. Just a little bit, please. Please do not hit the children. But whatever, they don't let me make laws, so like, what am I gonna do about it? I should make laws. I should run for mayor. I could do it. I could probably do a job. Nobody even knows what the mayor does. Yeah, we don't have those here. We have freedom. Excuse me. We don't have speed bumps. We have the freedom to go as fast as we want and to drink as much as we want while we're doing it. Unlike you guys over there who worry about things like safety and ethics. Planters in a zigzag pattern? That's hilarious. That's a good idea. I've never heard of anyone doing that over here. To be fair, we don't have planters at all. You're lucky if the median has trees. Ugh. No, there's a little baby over there in the corner. Damn right, Pero. God-drinking, beer-fearing, true-blooded American. We have the freedom to die at a young age from an easily preventable illness. So, you know, who's really winning? God bless America. Someone should. Oh, man, oh, man. Dude, I've had... You know what's crazy? I've had people argue with me, like, legit argue with me about, like, speeding laws over here. Like, man, I don't remember the full context of this conversation, but I was basically like, I don't remember. But, like, people argue with me that they should be allowed to break the speed limit, and it's like, dude, is it worth it? Like, half of the time? Like, 99% of the time, is it really all that worth it? But, whatever. I guess you gotta get to your Sunday morning mass, or whatever people do. I don't know. I don't keep up with... I don't keep up with what other people do. Yeah, we do have the freedom. We have the freedom to be parents. Excuse you. You know? We have the freedom to raise children the right way. How God intended it. We have the freedom to not have the government come in and tell us what vaccines we should give our children. True. True. Meters? What is this? A meter? You mean a yard? Oh, man. God, man, I hate the cars too. The cars are the thing I dislike the most. A 50 Big Macs? That's a good question. How long is a Big Mac? Somebody get in on this. Dude, they have I hate the big cars. I hate the big cars. They're stupid. Listen, the large cars are so stupid. First of all, they're less safe. Not even just to, like, pedestrians, but they're less safe for you if you get into a crash. But second of all, the stupid things consume more fuel. You're paying more money. And for what? I don't even know what. Because, like, there are so many other smaller cars do it better. If you gotta transport a lot of people, get a van. Actually, just get a van in general, I guess. You know? Vans are a lot more practical than these large SUVs. Manual transmission, I've never driven stick, so I don't know if I prefer it over automatic or not. So I don't have an opinion on that, I guess. Yeehaw. I do know there's some cool things you can do with manual transmission that you can't do with automatics, though. Like, can't you, like, start those cars by just, like, pushing them down a hill or something? Which is really funny. It makes it feel like you got, like, a wind-up car at that point, right? Now, manual transmissions are better just because they don't they just have, like, less points of failure than a lot of automatic transmission? I don't know how that like pans out nowadays, considering, like, the amount of computers we shove into cars. I'll be real, I've driven some vehicles that have a lot of the more automated stuff, the more fancy computer stuff, because it's... Hold on. Okay, I had to sneeze. I'll be real with you, I want my cars to be less engaging, to be honest. I've mentioned this before, but I'm actually a very, like, defensive driver. I'm pretty safe when I drive, so I don't like the amount of engagement I have to do with the cars. I would much rather have, like, more automated systems. Dude, there's this crazy thing. I've driven some newer vehicles, right? Because when I've gone on vacation, we rented a vehicle. And so you get, like, newer vehicles when you do that, especially when they, like, don't have the one you wanted anyways and just upgrade you. And some of the new systems, these newer cars practically drive themselves. It's really crazy. I could see being the kind of person where you would want to have more active control over the car, because it makes you feel like you're more alert and paying attention more. But I'll be real with you, for me, it's like all passive at this point. I've driven so much that I can drive pretty competently without, like... The thing is, like, I passively pay attention to everything that's going on, which is really funny if I drive in a car with somebody. If I'm the one driving, it's really funny because, like, people will try to talk to me while I'm driving, and I'll be talking to them, and there'll just be periods of time where I just stop talking, and like, I can't keep up a conversation while driving because my like, passive system or, like, paying attention while driving uses up more too much of my brain power to, like, talk at the same time. It's really funny. But I mean, it is a little different when you drive because I've had some bad commutes working and everything. I've had well, not too bad, I guess. I've definitely known people who've had worse commutes, but I've had like this. There's this one period of time for like a couple years where I had like a half-hour commute, and that sucked. That was like half hour one way. It sucked so bad. It was mostly interstate driving too, so like it was just ugh. I get to board, my mind starts to wander away from the road. Yeah, see, I don't have that. I have like the opposite problem because like if I like can't disengage from driving. I can never fully disengage from driving. I always have like that passive system that's keeping track of all the cars around me. That's part of the reason why I don't like driving so much is because it puts a lot of mental strain on me because like I spend so much of my time keeping up with what's on the road. I mean, so the newer technologies with like cameras and lights and stuff are really nice because like even driving in a modern car that has like proper like blind spot detectors is does a real good amount to help reduce the strain of driving because it allows you to like you have more places that you can check and you don't necessarily have to like look around as much, like at least in it depends. It's also like interstate driving is much different from uh like city driving. I'm fine with like driving in the city because like it's a little bit more because the difference is like in the city like you do actually have to like keep up and pay attention all the time. um but like if you're driving on the interstate, dude, you can drive on the interstate for like in America, you can be on the interstate for like hours at a time, and depending on like where you are and like how you drive, you barely even have to do anything aside from like shift lanes every once in a while. But you're basically just driving in a straight line the whole time. And I think they should just make more cars in general. I think, well, actually, you know what? Maybe I'll go back on that. I think they should make fewer cars now that I think about it. But I think we should just get rid of cars as transportation in general, except for like um short range. Well, actually, I don't know. Cars are super dangerous. Is the big thing, you know? That's part of the reason why I have so much that's part of the reason why I developed all those passive systems for um keeping track when I'm on the road is partially because like cars are dangerous, and I was really when I was a kid I was afraid to learn to start driving because of how dangerous cars are. So I like really developed those passive skills to keep up with what's going on around me. I feel like I need more rods than that. Why did it tell me that I only need 5 when I clearly need 6? All right, well, we're gonna go with this. I would say I don't really have a dream car. I think my dream car would be to not have to have a car. If I had a vehicle, like if it was perfect, what I would do is I would have I'm not familiar enough with cars to know exactly what kind of vehicle a Toyota GR86 is, but I would just have an old pickup truck. I had my roommate uh that I had when I was in college is she got an old Toyota pickup truck. I think it was Toyota. But she got an old pickup truck, and low key, I really liked her pickup truck because it was the kind of truck that I would want. Because I would just want something for like hauling stuff, right? It's like that's one of the big things you can't do if you had like public transportation. Is like it's a little bit harder to like haul like like building materials and junk. But like that's what I would do. I would get I would get a truck, and I would just have public transit because I would much rather have public transportation than have to drive a vehicle. I'll be real with you, chat. I think I've driven enough for this lifetime. Oh yeah. Yeah, that sounds pretty fun. I mean, if I had to pick, like, if I had to, I would say my preferred, um, my preferred type of vehicle is like the luxury model, like sedan. Is that the right word? I think it's sedans, because when I the only two vehicles I've had, because I currently don't have a vehicle. My partner has their vehicle, and since I just don't really... Oh, cool, I got a cape in Minecraft. Maybe I should claim that. That would be really funny. But, like... I would pick, like, a luxury sedan, because I've had luxury sedans. My only two vehicles I've had, I had a Lincoln Town Car and a Chrysler 300. And, dude, those are comfy cars. I like those cars. Those cars are nice. They're fun to drive. They're real powerful, too. But also, they have a much... it's not like a big SUV or a truck where you can't really see out of them. Although there is still some of that problem, but they're low enough to the ground where it's not that big of a deal. Do I have cassiterite in here? Magnetite, lapidite, lol. Cassiterite. I think we're probably going to have to end up saving the trip to the mainland for tomorrow. I'm going to try to get ready to go to the mainland by tomorrow, but we're going to be saving that trip for tomorrow, I think. As it's just... these things just take a while to process everything. It's cool that we found... Actually, you know what? I'm going to go prospecting. I'm going to go... While this stuff is doing its thing, I'm going to go exploring a little bit. We haven't really explored our island that much, you know? Well, that's not true. I actually think we have this place mapped out pretty well. Speaking of mapped out, why don't I just make an atlas? For once. I need a book. But yeah, I don't know. You know what's crazy? So I've... Oops. Well, I guess this is getting turned into a belt. Because I forgot that I didn't need to do that. But we always need belts, so... Don't I have a map on me? Yeah, map. But, like... I've had people argue with me. Man, Americans... Oh, that completed a quest. That's the first time I've made a book. Americans get really particular about their favored thing, you know? Like, we all know about how Americans are all like, burr, 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 my guns, I need guns and stuff. Guns. So they do that all the time. But, like, one of the things that I've gotten into slight arguments with people about this, but it's people get that way about their cars too in America, and like, because I'm in favor of like of getting rid of cars and not having a car centric yeah, and I'm in favor of going away from the car centric mentality. Why does the fence look like that? Does it not pick up the... Okay, whatever. This is a good zoom out level, though. I think this is good level of detail, which is why we're going to use it to make our atlas. I want a 2x atlas. So anyways, but, like, people get that way about cars, too. Because, like, I talk about, like, you know, trying to get rid of a car-centric society and move towards a thing where, like, people,
people don't need cars in order to survive, right? Like, we should expand our public transportation and everything. I'll get people that argue with me, sort of, because they're like, yeah, that would be cool, but, like, I still want my car, you know? I like cars because they're my favorite thing, and I like cars, you know? Yay, look at that. Now we got a map. Now I just gotta add maps to it. And the cool thing is, I can put this in my hands. And now, I can still access the map. Isn't that cool? Isn't it cool that we have a map now? um... If he's got a favorite war, the boy has gotta be bad news. Yeah, true. Yeah. But listen, I think of cars the same way that I think about guns, though, and I think that's something that a lot of people disagree with me on. Um because like how do I add maps to this? True. They're taking away my rights or something. Yeah. Yeah, no, right? Because, like, cars are super dangerous. Like, objectively, cars kill more people than guns, right? That's probably because of all the cars we have. But, like, for most age categories, you're more likely to... Yeah. For most age categories, you're actually, like, extremely likely to die from some sort of vehicle collision or some sort of vehicle... I hesitate to say accident. Um, than you are like anything else. Like, I'm pretty sure like car crashes kill more people per year than any sort of... I'm taking this jute. Than like heart disease and whatnot. I think it was like not too long ago that we passed. Probably because we have better medical technology, even if we don't have better medical distribution. But like, you know, I'm pretty sure it's anyone from like 17 to like 35. You're much more likely to die from a vehicle collision than you are anything else. And it's like, I don't know, man. These things seem pretty dang dangerous. Maybe the moral of the story is that you shouldn't be allowed to operate a massive potential killing machine with like barely any licensing. I mean, like, we do have licensing, which is crazy because like we can't even agree to have licensing for like guns in a lot of situations in America. But like we do for cars, which is like I don't know how people justify the differences in that, but whatever. But like um but like getting a driver's license is super easy. Like, you barely even really have to do anything. I think it's partially because, like, they've been defunding things like the DMV. So, like, they probably don't put a whole lot of effort into, like, actually testing things. But, like, and also because, like, I think, like, Americans would throw an absolute fit if we increase the standards for, like, getting your driver's license. Because, like, I mean, because like there's a couple things. I don't even necessarily think that like getting a driver's license itself should be that big of a hurdle to cross, but like we definitely need some reclassifications on like what types of vehicles you're allowed to drive. Yeah, no, that's true too. Yeah, you're right. You can get your license because it's not like they test you when you renew your license. You just go in and get your license renewed. There's no sort of like extra test to like make sure you're, because like that's a big thing too. Like elderly people are allowed to keep their licenses even though sometimes they can get to the point where they probably shouldn't be driving, you know? I think South Park had an episode about that. Yeah, so the thing is, like, in America, we sort of do, but, like, the weight classes are not super well defined, right? Like, um, oops. Does this just do one at a time? It does. Wow. Okay. I don't know what I expected. Alright, just put you there, I guess.
We have different licensure for like different weight classes, but it's basically like with a standard driver's license, you can drive everything that isn't like a commercial truck, right? I think you might, because they have what's called the CDL, which I think is just commercial driver's license. I'm not sure exactly if that's what it stands for, but I think that is. And like that's for like driving like your big trucks, your like semi trucks, your what do they call them over there? Your lorries. That might just be a British thing. But I think it also counts for like smaller trucks too that are still bigger than like civilian vehicles. But like over here you can like I don't know about RVs. That's actually a really good thing to bring up because I don't know if you need extra licensure to drive RVs in the States. um Really, do you guys have to get extra licensure to tow anything? Because in America you can tow like trailers, like there's a lot of things you can tow without a license. In fact, I would say you can tow most things without a license in America. As long as you're not like, I don't know, maybe you need a special license to tow like an animal trailer like that's carrying horses or something, but I don't know. I don't have horses, unfortunately. I think I'd get along with horses. I think me and horses would get along. Ah, okay. I don't know what the limitation is for that kind of stuff since I don't do a lot of hauling. And what counts as a small trailer? Because like here I know that you can drag a trailer that is like as big as like that's like bigger than your vehicle, like longer than your vehicle. Maybe not like taller ones, but like the flatbed trailers that you can haul stuff in. I know that you can do that without any licenses here because I've known people that have done that, but I don't know if you guys have like differences for that. It probably is. It probably is weight. They judge a lot of things by weight when it comes to vehicles. But no, like a big issue with what we've been having here in America is that they why did I make all this jute fiber? Anybody remember? I wanted paper. I don't know why I misconstrued jute with paper. Let's make paper. Paper. I think I just need hardwood pulp. I get hardwood pulp by forge hammer. Yeah, this stuff. I just gotta figure out how to make this. I think it's... Well, no, I need the hardwood pulp. Macerator. Because I think I can just take, like, literally anything made out of hickory. I think we can also... I like how you can just take the twigs. Let's see. What if I do hickory? Because can I do slabs? I can. Because for like mobile homes, you need a better license. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. Mobile homes are huge. I don't know if we're talking about different terms, but like mobile homes are like, in America, mobile homes are the ones that you haul with a semi if you are hauling that thing anywhere. Oh yeah, also like the hickory leaves. Isn't this crazy? You can grind up the leaves into hardwood pulp. Okay, calm down there, Lightning. Thor is angry with us. Over here we typically refer to mobile homes as like the big ones that you need to like haul with a semi. Otherwise, they would just be counted as like a trailer. Yeah, okay. We just call those trailers. Yeah, we call them trailers. I don't know what else to say. I mean, trailer refers to a lot of different things. Hickory button. Can I macerate the hickory button? How much does a hickory button cost? Okay. Okay. See, this would be good if it wasn't for pressure plates being insane. Actually, with just a spring, nah, it's still not worth it. Yeah, no, we refer to, yeah, we just refer to those as trailers, because over here, if you have a trailer park, I guess some people also kind of refer to mobile homes as trailer parks as well, or as trailers. I don't know. But yeah, like mobile homes typically refers to the big ones, whereas like trailers refer to the small ones that can be, that are like campers and whatnot. Okay. Fence gate? No. Can I just grind up lumber? I can. Okay, that's gonna be it then. I'm just gonna make a bunch of hardwood lumber. Hickory dickory dock. I think I could also do that with maple, right? We have a lot of maple. Yeah, maple also turns into hardwood pulp. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go cut down a tree. Actually, do I have any lying around? I probably do. I think I have some extra logs. There, yeah. Give me those. Slurpy slurp. Slurpy the milk. Macerator. Alright, that'll make us paper, so I can add them to my atlas. I need more leather, though. We have plenty of pineapple leather, but still. I guess I'll stop eating all the pineapple. No. Mixer. Probably nowhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I saw a recent, I think it was the Lily Simpson video. I want to say it was Lily Simpson. I think they explained there was like there's an episode of like Seinfeld that was like, it was all about like it was about gay people. I think there was, I don't remember the plot at all, but there was a gay person, and the entire episode was just the Seinfeld people being all like, but he's gay. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Yeah, that episode. Which is like crazy because like when you think about it, like that episode of Seinfeld probably was like really influential and like probably a very positive thing at the time that it like was released. But it's crazy how like how things can change and how like nowadays we can kind of realize, well, you know, maybe for the time it was a progressive episode, but was it really? Was it really progressive? Oh, we've only got like 10 minutes left in stream. Cool. I'm still doing something. I don't know. What was I doing? I think I was making more tin. I got distracted. I'm gonna go sit in the hot springs for a bit. I think we've deserved it. I think we've earned it. Ah, look at this. Isn't this cool? Hold on. Can I waterlog seats? Does anyone know if I can do that? Can you waterlog seats from Create? Because if I could waterlog a seat... What's this? Why? I get this is supposed to be like for a rocket or something, but hello? Alright, I'm gonna go see if you can waterlog seats. If you can waterlog seats, I'm gonna... No, because if I sit down, I'm gonna be under the water. Okay. I'm just gonna hang out in here. Hold on. Let me just... I don't know, get into... I mean, I still got clothes on underneath this. Right? I take the backpack off. I take the belt off, you know? Yeah, they are very advanced rockets. Right? Let's like... Now this is nice. I can dip myself under the water for a little bit. Yeah. Do the thing that Minecraft YouTubers do. Haha. Right, guys? Look at me. You could tell I'm talking. Right? You could tell I'm talking by
me moving my hand, right? This is the only way that you can tell that I'm talking is when I move my hand like this. Isn't that right, chat? It's gonna be crazy. Listen, it's fine. Yeah. I mean, that kind of is what Minecraft YouTubers do, right? Like, most of their... I don't know. I mean, like, I watch a lot of Minecraft content, and, like, obviously not all of it is going to be, isn't necessarily aimed directly at kids, but, like, there's definitely a lot of them that are. You know? I also like how it's really funny because the lighting. So I haven't mentioned this. Well, I've talked a little bit about like the process of making my avatar, and especially the one that I got in the corner that moves when I talk. But like the funny thing about it is that you can really tell that the lighting on my character that I use in the corner is very different from the lighting that like Minecraft has in it. That's because, dude, some absolute mad lad, like I don't know, dude, man, maybe if I make some money off of stream, especially, I might just do this anyways, but especially if I make some money off of stream, I should throw this guy some money for his work. Because like there was a guy who made an add-on for Blender that allows you to import and place like any models from Minecraft. And it's crazy because like you can not only can you like upload your own stuff from PNG, but it also has it built in to where like you can just import somebody else's skin as long as you know their name. Yeah, like it's crazy. Like the whole thing is you just like it's just this whole add-on. You just download it and you can just spawn in any mobs, and they're like fully rigged, which, okay, to be fair, fully rigging a Minecraft model isn't that difficult. They're like, what, 4 bones for the arms and legs, so 8, and then like 2 bones in the body, and maybe 1 in the head. So like you're talking like a maximum of like 12 bones. Like there's like a dozen bones in a Minecraft model. So it's not like rigging these things are really all that difficult. But like the fact that somebody already went ahead and did it is is pretty impressive, right? Like I'm very thankful that somebody else did that so I don't have to. But like, yeah, so that's why my guy in the corner has much different uh why the model in the corner looks very different than my model in game. My model in game, the hair's a little bit more desaturated and everything. I like the entire model is a little bit more desaturated, but it's because like I took the picture, I rendered the picture for this model in Blender, and of course you're able to like control the lighting and everything. So like you know, I took some time to make sure he had good lighting on him, and I definitely think he looks a lot better with this more orange lighting than he does in the lighting I have with my shader packs here in the game. So, you know, man, I do like this. I like this. I like this this hot springs area. Look, I can look now. I'm under the water. Oh wait. Can I not crouch while I'm in third person? Can I? Do I have to look down? I can look up my legs. I have the shirt modeled underneath too. So like I actually do have a model. Why can't I actually? Oh, because you can't crouch while you're in water. Aw, wait, can I? No, I can't. I can't. This pool is too shallow for me to swim in. I can do this though. Look at me. Oh, I am poking out. I am poking out from the water. Look at me. Yeah, this is like the perfect height too. You just stand here, and the water's like coming up to your like chin, almost. God, this would be so nice. You could like because this would be so nice. You could like I bet you the stone. I bet you the stone is nice and cool, right? So I bet you could like come up here and like put your chin up on the part around the thing. Okay, we could add sitting area. I could add in like some stairs around the, like, especially around like over here, and then you could sit, because right now if you try to sit, you kind of go under the water a little bit. Maybe we'll do that later though. Well, because if I did, yeah, I could add like a little lip there. I don't know. I think I'm still traumatized from the time we made the HMS sunk cost. I think I'm still a little traumatized with stairs. I don't know if I could deal with working with stairs anymore. Ah. Huh. Well. Hello? The game crashed. It's just a black screen. I know, like, obviously it's a black screen for you guys. You know, true. Oh, it's frozen. I can't kill. Kill! Oh. Application is not responding. Terminate! Kill! What even caused that crash? Preparing crash report. I love crash reports. Actually, I hate these things. These things almost never tell you anything interesting. Client level. Chachi. Okay, well, you know what? I think I think stream might be done. Oh, a renderer thread. Yeah, it was a graphics. Something with the graphics messed up, and the game said good night. Okay, cool. Well, I mean, we're gonna finish 2 minutes early, but I think that is a good place to end the stream. If it crashes 2 minutes before the stream was supposed to end, I think that's a pretty good place to end. um, God, what else can we, like? Hold on, there was one thing I wanted to mention. Yeah, true. No, I think this was definitely a renderer issue. Something happened with the shader pack, probably. Some beam of light went through like 12 different reflections and then decided to crash the game. No, hold on. There's something I'll mention. Let me check my analytics because there was something I saw. We are officially over 3 average viewers, by the way. Which is better than the average viewers per channel for the Minecraft category. Um, I don't remember. We got it a couple days ago. As my achievements, because there's an achievement. Um, that doesn't seem right. There's an achievement for it. Where is my achievement? Because it'll tell me, I think, when I got it. Who watches the Watchers? I got it on the 3rd, so it was actually 2 weeks ago. I just kind of forgot to bring it up since, you know, we've been busy playing. But yeah, it was back on the 3rd that we reached an average of 3 viewers for the last 30 days. And in my overview, yeah, I'm at 3.1 average viewers, which is really nice. We do pretty good on some days. Some days we have like over 4 average viewers, but we're pretty steadily over 3 average viewers most days. There's a couple days where we dip below to like 2 average viewers, but we've been doing really good. But I'm going to end it here for today. I talked for a couple more minutes so that we could get to the 5-hour mark, so that's great. So let's do our little end spiel, you know. Thank you guys so much for joining me. All of this is possible because of you guys. I really enjoy, I mean, I enjoy having you guys here, even if it's just to like bounce ideas off of. I really like having people to talk to about stuff with the stream as well, because I really like getting your guys' opinions on what I should do with the stream going forward and what games we should play and everything. So that's really fun. But thank you guys so much for joining me. I love you all so much. Thank you guys for choosing to spend your time with me when there's so many other things you could do. Which I don't know, but I really do appreciate that people find me entertaining enough to continue to come back and constantly watch me. So I love you all. I have my YouTube linked below. If you need any more content, new video should have just gone up an hour ago. I have Blue Sky link below, which is where I'll let you know if there is anything that changes with stream and whatnot. Other than that, I'm done for the day. So I'll see you all tomorrow. We're gonna go get some emeralds. That'll be so much fun. Bye, everyone. Bye. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.